everybody. Really nice to see you all. My name's Chris. Hopefully many of you I will know, some of you I won't. It was great to be here, great to be doing this today. I'm really excited to be figuring out how to live code an app with Kaijo and Cursor in just 4 hours, or rather 3 hours, 59 minutes, because the stream ends at 4. So we'll see how far we get. I have done a bit of prep for this, but I have not done a huge amount of prep. I am keen to see how this goes as much as you are. I want to make sure that we build an app correctly. It is vibe coding, but the vibing bit will be for UI and for things that aren't important. In terms of the kind of critical security aspects of the app, obviously UI is important, but you know what I mean. So a couple of things to say before I start. One is that please do ask questions in the chat. I'm going to keep an eye on it as I go. It would be great if you could tell me whether you could hear me and that it's working and that everything's showing okay, to make sure that this is all working. It should be live across YouTube, LinkedIn, and on X. I'm really hoping that that will all work well. So we'll see if that works. I've not used Restream before. I'd be interested to see how that goes. So please do let me know. If you've got questions as we go, it'll be really great to hear about those. Please do ask questions in the chat. I will do my best to spot those and to answer them as I go. We'll see how that goes. I'm going to be using a tool called Kaijo today. Kaijo is a new tool that I've created which allows people to move beyond prompting with their apps. They won't have to think too much about all of the details that go into using LLMs and sprinkling LLM magic when they're building agents. So if you've got an agent and you're struggling with it, you're trying to figure out how to move past just a kind of big prompt, a loop, and a bag of tools stage, then I would suggest go and check Kaijo out. It's still in waitlist mode at the moment. It's almost ready for launch, but it's not quite. So please do sign up on kaijo.ai if you haven't already. And final thing to say is that you can get a kind of behind the scenes look and access to my kind of journey and my learning with AI. I'm doing an awful lot of coding in Cursor and in other tools. I've been coding professionally for about 25 years, and I have seen 2-3x speed ups in my work through using AI tools for that. And I'd love to share more about that. And I am sharing much more about that. I'm also learning how to use it to speed up all other aspects of my knowledge work, from live streaming to managing the way I post on social and all of those kind of things. So if you're interested in hearing more about how that works, please do sign up at chrismdp.com. You can also find out lots more about me there. So just a little bit of a background on me if you don't know me. My name's Chris. As you know, I am a CTO and founder. I've done lots of different businesses, also been a CEO of my own company, where I built a software agency to about $1 million ARR as the CEO and hired a team of 12. So once I'd finished that, I've done lots of other things since running that business, done lots of training and consulting and tech advisory, tech and kind of strategy work at a kind of a C-level. Then I also built a team that shipped a video game called Soul Trader back in 2016. And then after doing that, I helped scale Gower Street as one of the earliest employees, a CTO. We were a handful of people, and I helped scale that to over about 50 staff. And that was a film data analytics company in the movie business. So lots of trips to Los Angeles to see clients, which was quite fun. And then after leaving that company, I co-founded a company called Cherry Pick with my co-founder Tom. We have built a AI startup in food retail. It's really fun. It's an app you can download. If you're in the UK, you can download it right now. It helps you get your shopping done really, really fast. And it uses AI and some of the techniques that we're talking about here in order to help you plan meals, get the food that you need into your basket and into your cupboards as quickly as possible. So that's Cherry Pick. You can find that on a website on the App Store. So that's worth looking at. So yeah, so go to chrismdp.com. Just put that link up there if you want any more information about me. So why this live stream? I wanted to show off vibe coding. I wanted to show how I do vibe coding. Vibe coding has already gone through the kind of semantic diffusion phase, which is a fancy term for lost all meaning. It doesn't really mean anything at the moment, or will ever probably again. Some people are trying to define it as coding that you don't care about. I'm kind of using it in order to talk about how I'm using AI to code, but a lot of people also call that conversational programming or AI first programming, although AI first has become a little bit of a dirty word on LinkedIn, or a dirty phrase on LinkedIn, so I'm not using that one so much. But so there isn't really a good term for what I'm doing. I suppose coding fast, coding quickly, and building things well, not just fast. That's what I'm doing. So another question that I can be asked is what is your take on Lovable? What is your take on Data Button and those other tools? And they're great, and I think they're fantastic. I want a little bit more control. I've been a technical person. I've worked hands-on as coder and led teams of coders and led companies of coders. And I have kind of done all of the kind of different jobs in startup. And I think for me, I don't see enough rigor and depth in those tools to be able to build the kinds of tools that I want to ship into production yet. So I think it will come. I'm definitely probably on the maximalist end of AI. I think that it will replace an awful lot of things that we do. But equally, I'm not convinced that it is the kind of create an app from a prompt is ready yet. I've tried it and it's cool, but equally, I want a bit more control. So I suppose this is going to be a from scratch view on how I want to create apps from scratch in 4 hours to something that we can deploy and will exist live. I'm using Kaijo for this. Kaijo is, I'll put this back up again, is a tool, like I said at the beginning, to make it really, really simple to use AI in your apps. The idea is that you can, instead of worrying about figuring out evaluation systems, figuring out whether your app is actually reliable, then you can use Kaijo for this. So lots of people just call OpenAI and stick the result back into their app and then hope that it's not doing the wrong thing and basically breaking your app. So or something comes out that doesn't really work. And so if you've ever run into that in Kaijo's for you, it's a way of builds the whole kind of evaluation system and the way that you can use these break down your apps into these little small AI pieces of AI magic that you can sprinkle into your app. So I'm going to be using it for this, and I'll show you how to use 2 separate Kaijo functions I've got planned for creating this app. So what are we building? We're building a cheat sheet generator. So I have been doing a lot of LinkedIn posting. I've been wanting to create cheat sheets, and I haven't found a tool that I can use to create cheat sheets quickly. And that really bugs me. I've found Canva is really good for doing them manually, but that's quite a lot of work. And then I've also found that Gamma is great for slides and for carousels, and it does do them really fast. And I'm a subscriber. I love Gamma, but equally it doesn't do cheat sheets yet. So I wanted to create a little app that we could use in order to do that. So no idea how it'll go. We will see how that ends up working out. Hopefully we've got access. If you are seeing this, I'm hoping that you are able to clearly that kind of thing. So please do let me know if you can see the video clearly and that kind of thing. Looking forward to hearing kind of more from people as we go. Yeah, I think I'll probably just get going. So what I'm going to do is jump to a coding screen. So let me just organize myself a little bit while I do that. So just need to move a few things out of the way. Okay, almost there. Great. Okay, I think we're ready to go. So, great. Thanks, Alan. I'm glad to hear that everything is working well. So that's great. Fantastic. Okay, let's switch to coding mode. So this is the screen that we're working on. I can no longer see the comments, but I'll try and keep an eye on them so that we can go from there. So great. So what I'd like to do is get started by, I did create an app on aicheatsheetgenerator.com, which will no longer work because I've just taken it down so that we can get this going. So I'm keen to kind of go from there and figure out what we can kind of get. So let me just start with just blank screen. And then what we are going to do is we're going to follow the cheat sheet that I posted to LinkedIn just the other day on how to create a new app from scratch. So we're going to start with, we're going to use Cloudflare for this, and we're going to create a brand new cheat sheet generator from scratch. And yes, I want to use TypeScript. Yes, I want to use ESLint. Tailwind, yes, please. Yes, want to use the source directory. Yes, I want to use the new app router in Next.js. Yes, I want to use TurboPack. Don't want to customize the alias, and now it's going to go and create that for me. So it's doing its job to make all of that happen. While it's doing that, I'll just talk about some of my choices. Planning on using Next.js for this. I tend to use Next.js. I prefer Svelte in JavaScript, but to be honest, Next.js has more training data out there for Cursor, so therefore it's easier for Cursor to use it. So that's why I've gone for that. Do I want to use Git? Yes, I do. Do I want to deploy my application? I'm going to say yes. So I'm going to let it do its thing. And then hopefully it will fully deploy that application for me, and then I'm going to be able to configure it in order to have my custom domain running. So we're going to do that first. So it's always good, and this is just generally true for starting an application, deploy it as early as you possibly can, because what I found when I was writing Kaijo is that I left it a little bit of a time before I deployed it on a Cloudflare worker, and I wasn't a good thing to have done. There are various libraries that weren't compatible. I ended up having to rip them out. It was painful. Took me a few hours to get it working. So I'm much more of a fan of just deploying immediately. So that's what I'm doing now. So what it's doing at the moment is it's just compiling down that work to do that, which is a great start. So let me see, take us to. It's just uploading that at the moment. Do let me know if you can't see the screen. By the way, I'm aware that the screen might be a bit small. It's easier for me to code on a big screen. Hopefully it's big enough for you to follow. And then it's doing its thing. So now we should have AI cheat sheet generator, crispy workers dev. Let's see if that has propagated. Great, it's done. Yeah, look at that. So now we have on a Cloudflare worker, we have a Next.js app, which is fantastic. Now I'm just going to make a couple of changes just to kind of make that work. So I need to set up my domain on Cloudflare domains, and I'm going to edit wrangler.jsonc, and I'm going to add my custom domain. So I can now go into AI cheat sheet generator. I've got an app. It's all here. It works. So now I'm just going to load Cursor. I'm going to pull that up. So Cursor is my current IDE of choice when coding with AI. I think it's got the best agent AI system that's out there so far. It does the best job of understanding a code base and kind of working with it. I prefer Vim, if I'm honest, but I haven't found a good LLM-based AI-assisted code editor that works well with Vim. I know that Augment exists. I haven't tried it yet. I've been too busy working with Cursor. So Cursor's doing what I'm happy with at the moment. So let me close down this now because I don't need it. That's fine. And then what I want to do is I want to edit my Wrangler, and I want to add in a custom domain. So in order to do that, I just need to copy in a little piece of code here in order to add a custom domain in. We should be able to save that. And then once that's there, it should be possible for us just to say pnpm run deploy, and that should just work. So that will then go and add the custom domain. So while it's doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up Cloudflare and make sure that everything has been set up correctly for me. So just going to load this file here. Now I should be safe enough to show this on the live stream, hope so. But this is the Cloudflare dashboard for my worker. I just want to kind of make sure that it all looks good to me. We've already had 2 requests. That's obviously my request and maybe somebody else from the stream who's decided to kind of pop in and see what's there. So that's great. If I go to settings, we've got the with the AI cheat sheet generator domain, and hopefully that will work. So I need to make sure that that works. One thing that I also want to do is once that's finished, in fact, I might just start in a new folder just for the sake of speed, or a new terminal editor, and I just want to do to get the GitHub. Actually, I won't do that. I'll just wait for it to finish. It won't take a minute to upload. Make sure it works one thing at a time. Great. So I'm hopeful that that is finished. Yeah, that's finished. So now if I refresh this, I'm hopeful that we'll see the custom domain that's sitting there. Yeah, there it is. Great. So if I now go to ai-cheatsheetgenerator.com, and there we have our app. So that has worked brilliantly. So we have something that works. Clearly not much going on there yet, but it's a great start. Okay, next thing I want to do is I want to create a GitHub repo for this. So I just need to make sure actually that my previous GitHub repo for the holding page is renamed, so I can use the name that I want to. Otherwise, it will complain. Bear with me while I quickly off in a different window rename the old GitHub repo to a different location, which I'm just doing now. That's great. Okay, so I should be able to do GitHub repo create. I want to push an existing local repo. I want it to come from here. That's the right repository name. I'm putting it in that organization, and don't need a description at the moment. I want it to be private for the moment, I think, but there's no reason I might not open source it until later. That's fine. Yes, I do want to push those commits. Great. Okay, so that's all set up for me. That was using the GH or GitHub command line tool. It's much the quickest way of doing that. Great, so now I've done that. What I can now do is set up builds in Cloudflare. So here what I can very simply do is connect my GitHub repository. It's even picked up the right repository and the right file there. The command I want to use for deploy, I don't want to run a build command because I'm not going to be writing tests, shock horror for this app, but there we go. I would normally, but I'm not for this one. And then I want to run pnpm run deploy is the thing that I want to use in order to run that. So if I do that, then I should be able to, next time I push to this, it should just start working, which is going to be great. So let's get this running locally using pnpm run dev. And if we go to that location, we should see the create next app. Great. So now I think everything is ready to go and we are set up. So that's fantastic. Okay. Let me just double check messages. See if you can move your head icon to the bottom right in the view window. Your face is over the top of the action we want to see. I'm really sorry, Robin, about that. I'm going to increase that. I'm also going to increase the font size. So let me do that. So I'll move my head over. So let me figure out how to do that. Should just be able to move that there. Hopefully that's worked. Hoping that that's better. What else? Alan is saying the text is pretty small. Could do with a font size increase. Yep, I'll sort that. So let me. It can be quite difficult to see with cursor at the same time, but hopefully that is easier for people to see. And we'll see how that kind of goes. Signal's a little choppy at times. Sorry about that. Not much I can do about that, unfortunately. If there are bits you've missed, the recording will be available, so you'll be able to kind of follow it along separately. I'm sorry that the text is unreadable. The streaming quality is bad. Yeah, it's 720p, unfortunately, not high quality streaming. Unfortunately, my internet at home can't do full HD, so we're kind of stuck with 720p. I'll try and keep the text as big as possible. If people can tell me whether or not that's working well, that would be really, really helpful. Great. Okay, so great, much better. That's great to hear, Matthew. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can see that that's working for everyone. Okay, great. Good to know. Fantastic. Right. So where were we? So now we can actually start with the app that we want to create. So what I want to do is I'm going to ask Cursor to do some stuff. So let's see if I can move this into an editor window. That's probably going to be easier to read for everybody. So I'll keep the chat up and running over there. I'll put the terminal right down here so because you don't really need to see that, to be honest, so I might get rid of that. Okay, so let's ask Cursor to do a thing. So what I'm thinking is that we will use dictation okay, shrink the browser window a bit. That is a decent idea. Let me just move that over this side a little bit and then move this over here. Hopefully that will be easier to see. Let's see how we get on. Okay, so I'm going to dictate everything as much as possible into Whisperflow. Whisperflow is a brilliant, brilliant setup. I really, really like it. I don't get paid for saying this, but I think it's a fantastic app, and you should definitely use it if you're on a Mac. Okay, so what do we want? So firstly, I just kind of want the beginning of a kind of marketing page for our cheat sheet generator. So I'm going to start with the following. So create me a AI cheat sheet generator marketing page. I want a really nice looking hero with nice colors and make it bright and exciting and colorful, but look professional and sleek. I'd like it to say cheat sheet generator using AI, or AI cheat sheet generator as the logo. And I want to have a big window or a big text area in the middle. I want it to be a large text within the prompt area, and I want it to say generate cheat sheet using AI. And then the label for the text area, I want to say enter your information in whatever format you like, so that people can just paste in their information. So say actually paste in your information. And that's all that I want on the front page to start with. So just a big AI cheat sheet generator and a strapline saying something like AI cheat sheet generator, create a cheat sheet in seconds or something like that. That might be quite cool. And then the big prompt. And then the call to action underneath the paste in your cheat sheet generator text area should be a button saying generate cheat sheet now, or something like that. Okay, that's a lot of very unstructured instructions, which is just a brain dump. Can you please write a clear plan for me as to what you're planning to do with this information before you start writing any code? Okay, so I've got all of that. It's captured all of that, and now we've got Cursor to go away, and it's basically going to create me a plan for this. So let's have a look. So it's got a hero section, AI cheat sheet generator at the top, catchy tagline, bright, colorful, professional background, that's fine. Large central text area style as a prompt window, generate cheat sheet generator, paste in your information. That looks good. Happy with that. Yeah, happy with all of that. Not sure about paste your information. Maybe paste your text, or paste anything you like study notes, a blog post articles, contents of papers, anything you like. So make it a little bit more, give people examples so they know what to do, and actually make that a placeholder in the big text area at the front. Okay, update the instructions to include this information. Okay, so it's doing that. Let's make sure that we're happy with this plan. Yeah, that looks good. Much happier with that. That makes sense. Yeah, this is great. So I'm now going to take this and I'm going to put this into a new chat. I don't want the rest of the context and all my unstructured thinking in the context at this point. I just want this. And then I'm going to say at the bottom, follow. In fact, I actually want it as markdown format, so I can. There's not enough structure in this. I quite liked the structure I had before, so I'm going to go back to the previous this and then say, give me this as markdown block. That's what I want. Nice, because the AI will do a better job of interpreting this. So if I go back to my new chat and then instead I will give it the markdown, there we go. So that's fantastic. Cool. And now I've just asked it to build it. So sometimes I talk into AI, sometimes I just type it. It depends on how I'm feeling. So I've noticed it's doing this more and more, actually. It's actually not giving me, it's just doing what it thinks it wants to do, rather than actually giving me lots of prompting about what it's going to do, which is kind of interesting. Cool. So it's already come up with that. That is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. That is so ugly. Not happy about that at all. So I think we definitely need to do something else apart from just bright, bold colors. But it's pretty cool that it was able to do it. But yeah, not very pretty. So what I tend to do is if I'm not happy with what it's done, I'm just going to throw it away. AI code is so quick to generate that you might as well just throw it away and start again. So I think the most important thing to say here, I'll just say use a white background because I've got an idea for what I'd like to do with the background. So I've gone all the way back to where we were before, but that's okay. And it's going to have another go with a little bit more information. Now, if that's not enough, I will get it to update its plan with that information about the white background. But I'll see how that goes. This may actually be enough. Okay, it's not written any code yet, but I'm hoping it's going to do something. Okay, that's a bit better, but it's still pretty ugly. What I might do is I think here I'm just going to accept all of that. It's fine, but I think I'm going to edit it to get rid of the gradient. So where's the gradient here? Yeah, I just don't like this gradient. There we go. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. That one here. So let's just get rid of that and that as well. From yellow via pink to purple. Yeah, that sounds absolutely terrible. Let's get rid of that. I mean, it's not amazing, but it's better than nothing. To be honest, I think the gradients are just too much. So I'm actually going to say I'm actually going to go back to. I'm going to go back again and say without using gradients or drop shadows. Otherwise, modern looking, not from the 1990s would be good. The other thing I think I want to do is I actually want to use a component library for this. I'm going to use shadcn. Shadcn is a brilliant component library. If you haven't come across it, I'll just pop it in here for Next.js, which allows you to basically create really standard looking components as a great start. So I'm actually going to use shadcn. So let's start with that, and let's go back to our previous app and then see where we get to. How are you enjoying it so far? Is it working well? Are people able to see what's going on? Do I need to increase any of the font sizes? Change the volume, anything like that, let me know. Cool, so now we're going to do npm add. Yep, that's fine to run. I never have YOLO mode turned on in Cursor. I always want to check commands first. So that's fine. I also need to do that npm approve builds to get that ES build working, which I will do. Do I want that? No, I don't think I do. Let me just turn on npm approve builds. Yeah, I just want to do that quickly so it's got its post install script. I don't really know what the libs are, so I'd like to know what it's doing. Yes, I think I prefer to load these later as needed rather than if you end up using a UI component that requires it, then I'm happy for you to install these, but otherwise I don't want them. I always try and minimize the number of libraries I use because it just causes bugs if you have too many. Okay, so I'm hopeful that it's going to do a better job of this now. Let's see. Okay, so now it's managed to do something, but it obviously doesn't have the Shad UI button yet, and I'm guessing that it wants to load it. Yes, please. Yes, please do that. I wanted to use the CLI. That's actually the wrong command. So what you actually should be doing is pnpm dlx shadui. And this is where vibe coding really falls down. If you didn't know that that was the wrong command, then you can get yourself into a right mess with vibe coding. The keyboard is super loud, Alan. That is really, really helpful. Yeah, I'm using a mechanical keyboard that I really like. I wonder if I switch to headphones, that might actually work better for people. I definitely don't want people to have to put up with very loud keyboards. I personally don't love it. So I'll try switching to headphones and seeing if that makes a difference. Please let me know if it works. So I should be coming through headphones. Do tell me if this is better. Hopefully this will work. So whilst that's doing its thing, we've still got some more modular file stuff. We're going to have to run that again. I need to compose components. Yes, that's fine. Which color would I like to use as the base color? I'll just go with neutral. Hopefully hoping that that is working well. Great, so now I've got the buttons. So now, okay, so now we've got no styles at all, which is kind of weird. So let me just try restarting. Great, it's still a bit ugly, isn't it? Let's see if I can actually give it a color scheme. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and find a decent color scheme for this. So I'm going to go to try and get some kind of color scheme that I'm happy with. So I think I'm going to use this, and we're going to pick a color scheme that we like. Maybe something like, I want it to look kind of studying and professional, I suppose. Quite like this one. Any particular preferences that people have for what's going to look nice? Maybe this. It's a bit brown. Not sure about that. That's quite cool. Great. I'm glad that the microphone is picking up. It's still picking up things, but it's a bit quieter, so that's good. I'm just going to have, this is the first time I've live streamed using this equipment, so I'm just going to have to see how this works. I'm sorry that it's picking all of that stuff up. We'll have to go from there and figure out how to make it a little bit quieter next time. I'll see if there's a setting actually just quickly. It's got noise suppression turned on. Yeah. It's got all the echo cancelling stuff turned on. So if the mic didn't switch, hopefully that has switched over now. If not, then we'll see. Anyway, I'm not going to spend too much more time on it. Let's pick a decent color scheme. I'm just trying to figure out what the best thing here is. That's quite cool. Then, I don't know. It's always the hardest thing, right? I think I want something with a few gradients in it, but not too obnoxious. Let's see. I think I'll go for this one. I'm gonna take this one. So let's see if I can find a way of copying this palette. So these are the palette numbers that I want. So let's see if I can go to the chat and say, use these. Actually, no, I'll keep that one. Use these colors. Yep, and then we'll use that one, and then use this one, and that one, and then that one. Okay, that did switch over this time. So I'm hoping that the mouse noise is not so annoying. That's really helpful. Thank you. Cool. Add to CSS variables, I think. Yeah. So hopefully this will now look better. Let's see if that's better. That's great. And then hopefully that's not actually picked up. Okay, so use these colors in page.tsx. Let's see if that works. Okay, that's not terrible. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. So I think we'll just start with this. We're just doing a demo. It's definitely a starting point, and definitely better than it was before. Okay, the next thing I want to do is maybe let's see if there's a kind of nice thing that you can do in order to make it all look pretty in the background. So this is really just a demo, I think, of what the sort of thing that you can do is. But if we go for some kind of gradient or animation, so what I'm looking at is 21st Dev have these really nice gradients that you can add to things. Now they could be a bit distracting, but it is quite a good way to kind of get an off-the-shelf effect. And I'm going to just grab the prompt for this, and I'm going to say, I'm going to open a new chat, and I'm going to say, please implement this as a gradient using the standard colors, make it really subtle in the background so you can only barely see it. Here's the prompt. So wait for that to load, and then I'm going to just copy the prompt. Hopefully that will work. There we go. Okay, let's see what that does. Very glad you can hear less mouse noise. That's excellent. Down. There we go. So it's now read the bits of the code base that it needs and is thinking about whether to add this thing. Let's see how this works. I'm going to need to move on from the kind of basic layout stuff quite simply in a minute, but we won't be much further now. Let's see what this does. Doesn't do anything, which is fine. Okay, so it's done the background gradient animation component, and I'm guessing it'll now add some code for it. Going to global CSS. Okay, it's adding that to the background. I don't think you need that, to be honest. Great, so if I refresh, well, it's either very subtle or it hasn't worked. I'm not convinced that that's actually worked well. Let's have a look. So we should have in app pages, did we add that background gradient function? Not convinced that we did. Just ask the question, is it added to the front page? Yeah, add it to the front page, please. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's definitely not done what I wanted. Yeah, I think it was realized that it's just doing too much. And then I think the issue is now, oh yeah, so it needed to accept and render the children. It's saying to restart the dev server, although I don't think that's necessary. Let's see. Okay, there we have a gradient. Oh, it's pretty ugly. And then we've got the gradients and animations. So at this point, you know, obviously what this is a building block. And it gives you the chance, if you wanted to add this kind of gradient thing, you can see it's got a weird gradient thing on the background. So now if I wanted to, I could go through to the prompt and say, yeah, I don't actually want this. I actually want to put this bit, these children in here. That's actually what I want. That looks horrendous, so I'm not going to do that. I think it's added it twice there. Let's just accept this file. Yeah, that's just not what I want. It just looks terrible. So I'm not going to bother with this, but it gives you an idea of the kinds of things that you can do. So given that, what you can now do is I'm basically just going to go right back to the beginning and say here, I actually just want to restore this checkpoint. So this is quite a neat way in Cursor of just saying, yeah, I'm going to back out of that entire thing. That was all terrible. I'm not going to bother with this gradient thing. But if you did want to include a prompt and try something, you can do that, and that's what I've done. So that's fine. Let's just make sure that we've got some unknown rules. I'm not going to worry about those just yet, but we'll kind of would normally think about what that could mean. So let's see what I've got. What I've started to do as well is just go through here, have a quick look at all of the changes. Happy with that. Happy with the package changes. Yes, that's okay. Happy with those. It did end up adding those packages, but that's all right. Yes, I've added that route. I've got some custom variants. Yeah, we can do a color scheme thing. The page is quite different. Yeah, that's fine because it was previously a starter page. Button is fine. That's just a standard component. Same with text area. That's my workspace. Oh, I needed to do pnpm self update, not self update, pre-builds. Again, no, that's fine, okay. Utils is fine, great. So I'm now going to just stage all those changes, and then I hit this button to generate a commit message. Sometimes these are terrible, but often they're probably good enough, so that's fine. I'm actually not going to say that. I'm going to say placeholder front page, and then I'll leave all of the detail here. It's kind of useful. I would, on a real project, I'd read that much more carefully and make sure that it was useful both for humans and for the AI. Just committing that to main. Now, if in about 3 or 4 minutes you hit the AI cheat sheet generator app, you should be able to see all of this running for you. So that will be fine. Great. So next thing to do is to figure out how to actually do something useful. Cool. So what I want to happen is I want it to, if I click on this button, I want to show some kind of sign up screen so that we can actually gate the app. I think that'd be a smart thing to do. So what I want to do is I want to connect Supabase to my folder, to my project. Now, if you don't know what Supabase is, it's a really, really cool Postgres as a service SaaS app. It basically allows you to create a very simple Postgres database and adds a whole bunch of different services on top. The ones that I really find useful are authentication and real-time and storage actually as well is all incredibly useful. So what we're going to do is we're going to, I've actually created a simple Supabase project already for this, but literally just hit the create button and set a password so that we're ready to go, and that's here. So this is the project. I haven't done anything else apart from doing that. So you could easily follow along with this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to basically set this up in our project. So I'm going to ask AI to do that. So I'm basically going to say, I'd like to set up Supabase in my project. Could you please set things up so that I can, when I click on the main call to action on the main page, I go to a screen that is a kind of login page. And then if I pass login, then I go through to a kind of cheat sheets page, which has all my cheat sheets on. If I access cheat sheet without logging in, I want you to redirect to the login. For login, I just want us to start with to use email-based authentication. I don't want to bother with passwords, just give me your email and I'll do a kind of magic link setup. I'll give you information about how to connect to Supabase. Okay, so what I'm going to do is Supabase has some really cool stuff in the background where it can basically use AI prompts. So I've just found that here. So it allows you to kind of bootstrap Next.js app with Supabase auth. So if I copy this to a file in my repo, it'll allow me to kind of just basically use this prompt that they've been working with in order to kind of get Supabase running. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a doc folder. So I'll leave that prompt there. Oops, can I just delete it? Oh, for God's sake. No, I got it. Excellent, thank you. So if I create a new folder in here, and then call it doc, and then inside here, I'm just going to create a new file quickly, and I'm going to call it Supabase bootstrap. Copy paste that in there, and then hopefully, I'm really hoping that should actually be a markdown file, so I'll just rename that quickly. Otherwise, it's going to get confused. There we go, that's much easier. And actually, this is supposed to be a cursor rules file. So I think I'm going to add this to a cursor rules file. So what you do for cursor rules is you just create a new file, and then you can choose how often, and I'm just going to move doc Supabase bootstrap to that cursor rules file there. And then you can, what that does is it allows you to kind of reference it here. So I can now say Supabase bootstrap really easily, and then it knows exactly how to create what I need. So let's see what happens when I do this. Hey, Dan, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. So every time I get Cursor to do something, I'm checking the chat. So if I'm a little delayed in answering questions, then that's the reason. So it looks like we have viewers from YouTube, from X, and from LinkedIn, which is pretty cool. Pretty exciting. All looks like it's working well. How's the stream quality? Okay, so I'm going to install those. They look good. Yep. Again, this is the thing about vibe coding. If you understand the commands and you've done this manually before, you're fine. If you don't know what it's doing, it could be installing random libraries that you don't recognize. Not cool. This kind of coding is great for people who know code already and have been doing it for a long time. It's less good for people who don't know coding. Now, there are tools that will allow you to kind of set this stuff up for you. So, for example, Lovable allows you to connect to Supabase with one click, and that's pretty cool. But I really like the control that you get from something like this. And I am going to check these functions to make sure that they work, because this is critical stuff, to make sure that I'm happy with what it's doing. So it's created a Supabase browser client. I know that that's correct. That's fine. That's exactly how it should work for the front end. It's created a middleware, and it's put the server client in the middleware, which is kind of annoying, but that's probably okay. And then it's setting the cookies correctly. Yep, that looks fine. And then do not run code. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Yep, that's all fine. Okay, and then the matcher I might have to update, so, but that's okay. And then that one's fine. Yeah, I checked that one already. Let's see. So this is the server client creation, so that's fine. So the Supabase URL, the anon key, that's all okay. Yeah, happy with that. And then we're going to, okay, so we're now using a router, and then we're basically saying on click, just push login, which is okay. That's probably okay. We'll start with that. So I'm happy with this file. And then what else? So it's created the login page. It's got an email, it's got handle login. It's trying to sign in with one-time password. So I'm guessing that's because it's trying to just use the email. That's fine. Let's see how that's going to work. We've got unchanged set email. Yes, that's fine. Next file is the cheat sheets page. And then, okay, if there's no user, it just redirects login. That's fine. I probably would use the middleware to do that, but that's okay. Okay, so it's done that. Let's see what's happening. So if I hit this button, I'll probably need to restart actually for this. So in fact, I think I've actually I've killed the app. Yes, I have. So let's run the dev build again. These problems I need to look at another time. Okay, so that didn't work because we didn't know what use router is. So this is a component that needs to use router, and obviously that's not going to work. So I'm actually going to give this to Cursor to fix. Okay, so it's actually done a bunch of things. I kind of want it to finish, so it may be that it hasn't quite finished what it was doing, so I'll let it finish. Let's see. So I'm going to do the credentials, which I can sort out in a minute. And it's done all of that already, so it's kind of got confused. That's fine there. Yeah, so it's now added use client for me, which means that it all works again. That's great. I knew that was the answer, but I just kind of, for slightly more esoteric errors, it can be quite useful to figure out how to do this. Okay, so yeah, happy with that. Okay, so now we have our cheat sheet generator and it's running. So if I click that create cheat sheet, it is going to log in and then it didn't work. So we're importing a component that needs use state. Again, this only works with a client component. It's exactly the same problem. I'm not going to bother giving that to an AI. Doesn't seem any point doing the kind of round trip to figure that out. So I'm just going to literally add use client to the top. If I can spell, would be helpful. Cool. So now it's got email address, use, sign into your account. This is not going to work just because we haven't done any of the work to actually sign in with a one-time password. So that's not going to work well. So I need to kind of do that work first. So the first thing I need to do is add the environment variables for for this process to work. Now, I'm not going to show environment variables on the stream. That doesn't sound very smart to me. So what I'm going to do is just edit those separately in a different window. So if I just make sure, and what I'm doing is I'm editing the dev vars folder, and I can show you this because it doesn't have anything in it at the moment. But this is where you put them, and you would put your Supabase URL and the anon key. It's literally just made one up for me. Clearly that's not correct, but so don't worry about it in this instance. But that's what I will be doing and putting that in there in a minute. So I'm just going to close this one. I'm not going to open it again, and then I'm going to edit this in a different window. So what I'm doing is I'm going into here, and I'm clicking on connect, and then I've got the various keys in there. So I'm going to just click connect, and then I'm going to find the data that I need. So I've got my next public Supabase URL and anon key, which I've just copied out of the project. And then let me just make sure. And it's giving me all the files that I want to add to my application. So I'm just going to double check that it's done the right things. So it says I should add, should not be loading that. It says that I should add a Supabase server, which is the create client. That's fine. And it should be adding a create client, which is correct. And it should be adding middleware, which is also fine. So let's see if this works. It should be fine. So now that I've done that, I can go back to here. I need to restart the folder. Sorry, the project. Cool. It's just loading now. That all seems fine. And then if I just type in I don't know, any kind of URL. So if I just type in an email address that works, I don't know. Okay, and then some kind of issue. Right, so project user and API key required. So I've actually got those. So I'm not quite sure why they're not loading, because it said that it was using the dev vars. So let me just double check that I've got those dev vars set up correctly. It would probably help if I'd save the file. Let's try that again. Okay. Try again. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, it didn't work. Still not found the files. Let's just make sure. Send link. Definitely didn't work. Okay, so it doesn't like it because I can't find the client file. So let me just make sure I've public Supabase URL and the anon key. Let's make sure next public Supabase anon key is definitely there. Now the challenge is that it could be that it's just not loading the environment variables correctly. So that's frustrating. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick in a dummy variable called next public foo, and I'm going to output that from the login page, and I'll put that in an H1 here and say process em next public foo, and see what that does. So when I load the login page, we should have yeah, there it is, but it doesn't have the thing. So I'm not exactly sure why this is. It looks like it's not picking up the variables, which is super annoying. So one way of sorting this, I think, would be to is to put it in an env local file. I think that's possibly the answer, which is kind of annoying, but I just basically have to copy env.local to dev vars. This is a sort of a local configuration issue, which could be the issue. But let's see if that works. No, it's not picked up my variable, which is super annoying. So what's the issue? So next public foo, it's there. Got it there. Make sure that I've got next public, yeah, process.env, that's the correct way of doing it. If anyone on the stream knows how to fix this, that would be quite helpful, because I'm not going to be able to get much further unless I've sorted this. So it could just be something about the next config. Let's have a look. Next config, local environment variables. If I'm loading them from dev vars, configuring environment variables, how to load them. It loads environment variables from env.star, which is fine, but not very helpful. Bundling environment variables, yes, that's fine. Environment variables load order, that's not helpful. End file should remain in the root of your project. Loading environment variables. Oh, no, I don't want to create that. It thinks it's it's copying over to that one, so that's fine. I can't see anything about this that is going to cause problems. Is it a refresh? No, that's definitely refreshed. If we go into here, if I just remove env.local for a minute, and then if I save this file and my dev vares as env.local and see what happens. There it goes. Okay, so the symbolic link, for whatever reason, did not work, but it has picked up that file now. Fine, it's not a particularly big deal. I think what I need to do, I think the dev files you can symbolic link the other way. So what I might do actually is just remove my dev files folder. And then if I symbolic link my env local to my dev files folder. Oh, I know what the issue was. I can see what the problem is. I'd used the wrong symbolic link. So that's fine. I can just fix that. Let's see if that's actually true. Yeah, I'd linked to the wrong thing. There wasn't a file there. So if I move that back, because I prefer it in dev vars, and then I'm going to do -s env local to dev vars. Dev vars to env local. Cool, that's now set up, and then hopefully that still works. I'm just going to refresh. Actually, it's pretty good at picking up the right things, but that's fine. So now if I type in my email address again, this should work. Okay, so now it's sent an email with a magic link. Let's see if that has actually worked. I'm not sure if that has worked. So just going to quickly check my email. Yes, it sent me an email. I'll bring it over. If I load it up. It sent me this email here. So now I can confirm my email address, which is great. So it's going to hopefully load in this file. Okay, and then it's loaded back. And now we have the code. And now if I click create cheat sheet now, it's not logged in. So I need to fix that in a second. But you can see what it's done is it's basically loaded with the particular sign-in code that I need. So I now need to kind of deal with this and redirect it to make that work. So let me just quickly do that. So in order to do that, let's have a look at the Supabase documentation for authentication one-time password, which you can do through here. So I'm going to just do Supabase docs authentication magic link. Passwordless email logins. Okay, so here we go. So signing with magic link, signing with email should redirect to, so we've got sign with OTP, and then we've got should create user is true, and then email redirect. So following this link to log in, we're going to need to change the magic link email template because it's going to the wrong place. So has our AI managed to do this? Has it managed to get a verified OTP in the, it hasn't, oh, I haven't spelled that right. No, it doesn't look like it's got as far as creating the verified OTP page. So I'm going to copy and paste this and say, and open the chat that I had. and I'm going to create a new chat. And I'm going to say, okay, we've almost finished setting up the email magic link setup. This is the information about how to finish off the setup. Could you please create the verify OTP file for redirecting? And could you tell me how I need to edit the email template in order to send the token hash? Okay, and then I'm going to paste in the document so that it knows. Okay, so now it's having a look. How's this going so far? Am I going too fast? Is this too slowly? We're exactly an hour in, so doing all right so far. Let's see how I'm doing on schedule. I am on schedule just about. As long as I finish the Superbase auth stuff within the next 15 minutes, then I feel like we are still on track. I also picked the hottest day of the year so far to do this live stream, so I am going to need to drink a lot of water, I think, if I'm going to survive. Okay. Right, so what's it saying here? It's saying that it's created a new page. What page has it created? Okay, a verify OTP page. Interesting. That's fine. And this is where I need to update the thing. And then that's the wrong address. That's not going to work. I just need to tell it that. Looks like you've got the wrong location for that page. I think you need to use a new site URL auth confirm link. Maybe create the page at auth confirm to make it really clear. And then from that page, you can redirect to my cheat sheets page. Let's see what that does. Great, glad to hear that you can hear it okay and that it's all working well. It'll be really interesting to see if this actually works. Okay, so what's it done here? It's created a new page. It's also got the verify OTP page in place, which is kind of annoying. This is something that instead of doing this, what I should have done is backed out of the change. So here I want to say, actually do the thing that I want. Don't say it's got it wrong, but say it's not worth telling it to, it's got it in the wrong place. It's not worth it. You might as well just completely back out of all the mistakes it's made and ask it to try again, because otherwise it'll have to move that file to a different place. It doesn't handle that well. You're much better off just saying, nope, you got it wrong. And you'll need to figure it out from there. So it's interesting that it's picking up pages. I think it's looking for a pages router, whereas this is running app router. Okay, so it's just reading the whole setup again. Okay, so it's telling me that I need to do that. Great. If you want both Magic Link or the OTP code flow, I can handle both cases. I think I'm just happy with Magic Link to start with. Okay, so what's it done? Let's have a look at this file. Okay, so it's created a confirm page. Please wait with verify your login. That's fine. Then it's creating the client. It's getting the token hash. It's doing verify OTP. It's done both, but that's okay for the moment. And then it's doing cheat sheets. That's fine. That'll work, I think. And then it's found the linter error, so it's now fixing it with some weird type stuff that it's trying to do. I've hit this issue before with types. Cool. And then it wants me to make sure that I can edit my super basic email template. So let's see where that is. I think it's in authentication, or is it in settings? Where is the email template setup? Maybe it's in here. Sessions, radios, emails. Here it is. So which one do I need to change? The magic link one. This is the one. So it's the confirmation URL that is incorrect. So what was I being sent before? Let's see. It was sending me a link which was oh yeah, that is correct. That's the confirmation URL. But we don't want the confirmation URL. We actually want the token hash now. So I'm just going to go with what it said. So let's just copy that in. And this is actually, interestingly, was confirmed sign up as well. So I got the confirmed sign up. So I'm just going to go with that. Save. Magic link is, I need to change that one too. Oh no, I've done the wrong thing. Copy. Going to get rid of that H1, H2, sorry. And then I'm going to put this one in here as well. I think that's fine. Did I forget to save the other one? Yes, every time. Copy, paste, save. Fine. Okay, so let's try that again. So if I save all of that and then rerun this, I can get rid of that foo hello, which I can just do super quickly. I could ask AI to do it, but really it takes that long, so I'm not going to bother. And then if you go for that and then send, we should get another email. Yeah, I've got another email here, so I'll just drag this over, follow this link to log in. I'm hoping, let's just open this one here. See what happens. Okay, it went to auth confirm. Ooh, look at that, it worked. So it looks like that's worked nicely. So if I now go to this and then go to cheat sheets, it shouldn't ask me to log in again. No, it doesn't. And then if I just create an incognito browser and go to cheat sheets, it'll ask me to log in. That's fantastic. And if I do this and do a thing, ask me to log in. Brilliant. Okay, so that is now working and we are ahead of schedule by 7 minutes. Excellent. So this is a great time to check in. So I'm going to have a look at the code that I've got. Just going to have a quick review of the changes. Okay, so this is the middleware. Yeah, that I checked that was all working. Obviously, and for other projects that I've done using this, then I would ask the AI to write some tests for me, but I haven't done that in this instance. So that's fine. I'm going to do that. That one is fine. That's just the super base stuff. That's the lock file. That's the super base cursor rule. That's the router for the page. And then I've got the confirmation there, so that's fine. The cheat sheet file, that's fine. The login page, that's fine. The browser setup's all super base boilerplate. Good. Okay, so let's see what commit message it's going to give me. Probably make that a bit bigger. Yeah, that's reasonable. Commit, sync. Okay, so if you now go to aicheatsheetgenerator.com in a couple of minutes, then you should see that working well. Right, time for a very short break. Just give me a second. Oh, great. Right, what's next? Let's have a look on my list. Okay, so now that we've done this, it's time to think about how we're actually going to create these cheat sheets. And what I'd like to do is I think I'll create the Kaijo function first. I'll talk you through how to do that. And then we will kind of go from there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into Kaijo now. This is the first time I've shown Kaijo publicly, so bear with me. Still a little rough and ready. It's not quite done yet, that's for sure. But it is definitely kind of getting there. So Kaijo, if you haven't seen it before, this is the page. If you want to sign up to the waiting list, you can, and then go from there. Now, for me, it obviously logs me straight in. So what this is a place where you can create functions, also calling actions. And what we're going to do is we're going to think about how we're going to structure the AI functions for our particular cheat sheet generator. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of blank out an Excalibur. So let me just start again, and then talk about the kind of structure that we want here. So what I'm thinking is that we'll want some kind of I'll have some kind of input prompt. Okay, that's really, really small. Let's just, how do I change the text on this? No, can't do it. Why is this becoming so difficult? This is not a difficult thing to do. Sorry, I didn't quite mind struggling with, there we go, that's better. Okay, so we've got input prompt or input information, because it's not a prompt, it's study information, that kind of thing. And from that, we want two different things. We want some kind of title, title of a strapline, and the other thing we want is boxes. So the boxes on a cheat sheet, what I'm imagining is it'll be the header of the box, and then you'll have markdown within the box. So let's just type that. So we want a header, and we want markdown. Now, in order to make sure that we're prompting this thing correctly, we might want slightly different information, like more kind of hooky, maybe more sensationalist title and strap title, but the boxes should be all information. So they are actually two separate, different requests that we're making from the AI, or at least that's how we're gonna do it. So the boxes are going to consist of, if I just pop this here and then basically say I want a header and I want markdown content, and the idea is that from these we're going to create a whole bunch of these, and so these are going to repeat basically. So if I just do this to make that obvious as to what's going on, and then obviously I need to give this a background. So there we go. Okay, so we're going to get both of these. So from the input study information, what we're going to want is we're going to want a title and a strap line, and we're also going to want some of these boxes. That's the rough idea. Okay, so let's start with the title and the strap line. So I'm going to create a Kaijo action that just creates from the study information a title and a strap line to use, and we'll start with that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new action, and I'm going to call it something in a minute. I'll figure that out in a sec. And then this is going to be study guide or cheat sheet information. And this is long, complex information that I want to incorporate into my study guide that is perhaps quite information dense and rich. Okay, so that's popped in there. And then for our summary, I actually don't want to do a summary, that's just a template. I want the title, and this is the main heading of the cheat sheet in large text, which should be attention grabbing. It should be easy to read from a distance so that people want to read more. Didn't capture all of that, so I'm just going to quickly go. This is the great thing about Whisper Flow, is that you can go through your history, and it unfortunately didn't pick that up, but that's fine. I'll just read it again. So should be quite attention grabby, should be a kind of a headline to make people want to read more. Okay, that's fine. And then, so what I'm doing here, just to be really clear, is I'm creating a Kaijo action that gives me a function that I can then use later. So I've got the input information, I've got the output information, which is a title, and then a summary. If you have any questions about Kaijo, by the way, or this isn't clear, I'd love to hear them because I really want to make this as easy as possible to use. Okay, so then I've got a strapline, which is going to be one sentence about why this cheat sheet, or how this cheat sheet helps you. So I'm not doing any kind of prompting here. I'm just kind of giving it a basic rough idea of what I want from this data. So I'm going to save that, and then I haven't done anything with it, but I've now already got an action which I can already call. So I can use my Kaijo key. I'll regenerate that later, so that that's off the stream. But basically, it gives you the Kaijo key, and then you're able to put the information in. So what I can do here is I can actually copy and paste some information. So I'm just going to pick one of my blog posts. I'm going to pick a blog post about how I generate my applications. So I'm going to just paste that information in there, and I'm going to click try it. So you can already run this thing. So what it's going to do is it's going to try doing that, and it's come up with the title, and it's come up with the strap line. So that's not actually a very good option. It's not done a very good job of that because it's basically just picked up the first thing. So at this point, instead of doing lots of variations on prompts, I'm just going to say this wasn't a very good run and tell it why. So I'm basically going to say this didn't quite work because all you've done is you've taken the first bit of the title rather than summarizing it. Okay. Now, what's interesting is that Kaijo internally has actually evaluated this and says it's the core message, which is not actually true. So this is LLM as judge. What it's doing is it's had a look at it and decided whether or not it's done a good job. And I've basically said, you haven't done a good job. So it's going to say, oh, okay, that's fine. I'll fix it later. Now, the other cool thing that you get from this was a GPT-4 model, but you also get it tries it in Gemini, and it tries it in Llama as well, and there will be other models in the future. This one was really good. I'm really happy with that one. I thought that was a good one, although the judge disagreed. Didn't reflect the depth and breadth of input content. Don't agree with that. The cool thing though is that it's okay to not agree because it will review the way it checks it later. And then this one, when to use large language models effectively. That is, yeah, that's reasonable. I'm going to say that's okay for now, just as an example. And also, yeah, the AI also thought that run was quite a good one. So instead of using prompting, what we're doing is we have all of these runs and we get information about how to kind of make that better over time. So now when it tries a different time, it'll take that into consideration the next time it tries to generate a title and a subtitle. Just going to quickly rename this one. So this is cheat sheet title, just call it that. And then I'm just going to change this to that. I can confirm that. This might need a little bit bigger so you can see it. That's cool. So that's all fine. So now we've got that one. Okay, so now what we can do is we can try and call it. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop this onto a different window so that I can copy that Kaijo API key that you saw. I'm going to put it into my dev environment variables. Now I've already shared it, so it's a bit late, but I'll have to regenerate it later, which is fine. But basically, if I just pop that into my Next.js file, dev vars file, then we should be in a good spot. Okay, I've done that. And then we've got some information about how to grab this, which I'm just going to grab from it later. So, or how we're going to implement it. So, what I'm going to do is I need to ask the AI to do something useful with this. So, what I'd like to do is I'm going to add the create a new cheat sheet prompt to the top of the cheat sheets file. And then once we say yes to that, I'm then going to call the Kaijo function, create a new cheat sheet, and then put the title in at the top. So I need to figure out how to do that. So there's a few steps that I want to do that first. I'm going to just create the function or create the prompt. On the cheat sheets page, I would like you to put the big prompt that's on the homepage, the big text box that's on the homepage, under a title of creating a new cheat sheet, and put it right at the very top of the page, please. So let's break this down to steps. Just want to start with that, get it kind of running. Great. Let's see what it does with that. Hopefully, it'll just use the same. In fact, I should say that. Can you please pull this out into a separate component for me, so I can include it in both places? So I'm just reverting what it's already done and get it to do it as a component. Just going to go and open a window because it is sweltering in here. Okay, just make sure my camera can focus. Yeah, there we go. Cool, so let's see how it's done. So it's added a prompt input. It's added that to page.css, which I think is the front page. Let me just check if that still works. Yep, that looks fine. And then if we head to the cheat sheets page, it's not done the right thing. Let's have a look. So what's the issue here? Event handlers can't be passed to client component props. Yeah, I'm just going to copy this error and tell it to fix it. Should be able to fix that. There we go. Nice. Yeah, and it's fixed the linter error. Gives me a cheat sheet. It's now in the client component. The shelving component for the cheat sheet displays imports and renders this, which handles all the interactivity. Yeah, that's all gone with one of those. That's good. And it's got its own custom thing, which is login. Now, obviously, what I want to be able to do is have it so that you can, is that doing the right thing? Yeah. Is having it so that when you type something in and it'll actually save your text, and then it'll log you in, and then it will allow you to not lose that prompt. I don't think that's a little bit out of scope, but I'm something that I'll add to a to-do. So if I actually just quickly create, I'll just quickly create a to-do file for this, because I think that's definitely worth doing. And we'll say, make sure, oh, well, that's worth doing, but I don't want to do that now. So I want to make sure that we save the prompt on the front page when people go through login so that we don't lose it. Cool. Just make sure that that's saved. Okay, cool. So now we've got our cheat sheet thing. So now the next step, again, we probably need to write down what we were doing. So this can be a future thing. And then at the top, what I'm going to do is just write down what I want to do. Is that we want to call the Kaijo function to generate title and description. And the other thing is create a new cheat sheet in the database. Probably do that first on submission. Cool, that's a good start. And then redirect to, we'll do that first. Cool, the new cheat sheet page. Yeah, let's start with that. We've got a whole bunch of crap from Cursor that we don't want. Okay, cool. So now this is what we're going to do. So we need a server component. So when we hit this button, we actually want to actually do something. So let's go back to our chat and make that happen. So we've got an error here. What's that? Cannot find module. That doesn't seem right. Cheat sheet prompt section. That's worked. Do we actually have that thing? No, we do not. So I think that's just the older version. So I kind of want to fix that. So we should be able to just say fix with AI and then see if it does the right thing. That doesn't feel right to me. Now it's taken a moment to slow down, which is kind of annoying. Okay, I think if whilst it's doing that, worrying about that, I can always go to my home page here and see how we do it here. It's just a prompt input, and I think it's just the same thing. So I just want to do the same thing. Delete that, and then head up here. Don't think I still don't, oh no, we do have one of those. So what is this? This is a new cheat sheet with prompt input. That's fine. Okay, yeah, that works. Okay, happy with that. Good. So once that's done, in fact, I don't need you to do that anymore, so please go away. So now we've got that. What I want to do is make sure that we are following our to do. So we want to call the Kaijo function. So at this point, we want to go back to Kaijo, which is over here. And all I'm doing here is I'm just to show you, I'm just copying out the various bits. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it this. I'm going to give my chat this and say chat and say basically what I want it to do, which is when we submit the prompt input, I want you to call the Kaijo function in this way. Spelled Kaijo wrong. Occupational hazard for new names. Do this in a server component. Then what I want you to do is use Supabase to create a cheat sheet object. This has title and description and a content field, which is the JSON that represents the boxes that go in the cheat sheet. Could you please use Supabase migration? You can create a new one using the command line to create this cheat sheet, and then I'll push it up to our server in a second. Yeah, so let's do that. In fact, I'm not sure about that. I think I'm just going to create it manually in the table editor just to get started. Normally for these kinds of things, I would use locally running Supabase, which I quite like doing, so that my dev is entirely encapsulated, and then I would push any schema changes up to the live version. But from this perspective, I'm just keen to just kind of get on with it and do it this way. So what I'm going to do here in the table editor is I'm just going to create a new table, and we're going to call it cheat sheets. And then I'm going to enable row time, and then, yeah, and then what I'm going to say is I want to call it, give it a title. This is just going to be a text, and this can't be null, is nullable, no. And then another one, which is the strap line. So in fact, I should tell it, I'll tell that it in a sec actually, a strap line, which is text. That's great, and this is also not nullable. And then I want to have content, and I'm just going to make this, at this point, I could add more structure, but I'm just going to make it JSON. So that's a JSON binary, and this is nullable, yes it is. And that'll do to start with. I think there will be other fields that I'll want, but I'll add those later, so that's fine. Obviously, this is not necessarily going to work well if you are doing any kind of production level change management for your schemas. I don't personally quite like using this. I'd much prefer to use migrations to kind of manage the changing of my database in source control, but I'm not too worried about that at this point. So it's waiting for approval. It wants to install Node Fetch. Do you really need to install Node Fetch? Can't you do this internally? Do you really need to install Node Fetch? Is there another way of doing this without installing another library? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yes, please do use the global fetch. It just didn't feel right. Didn't feel like I needed another library for that. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Any questions? Am I going too quickly or too slowly? I don't know if I could go much quicker. Okay, cool. So we've now got the Kaijo result. That's nice. I can get rid of that bit of the screen so we can see things a bit better. So, okay, cool. So it's created a new actions. It's created the client. It's got create cheat sheet. It's got the Kaijo API key from the environment. It's got my address. It's got the prompt, which comes from the create cheat sheet. And then it's basically got the response, and then it's just got the data. We don't export types at the moment for Kaijo. That would be a really cool improvement, but we haven't quite got that far. And there's a whole bunch of improvements that I want to do to make that better. Okay, and then that's not quite right. I can tweak that one just to say that, because Kaijo isn't actually returning the content, it's just title and description. And it's not actually description, as I called it strap line. So that's not quite right, and I'll just update that. And then luckily, tab is quite good in Cursor. It just figures out semantically what you're trying to do, and then we're just inserting it. That's as simple as that. So in theory, that should work, and then it returns that. So when it calls create cheat sheet, what's that actually going to do? So that's called from here, and then it basically pushes the result. So yeah, that feels like it's doing the right thing. So let's see if it works. So, oh, I've got to sign in again. So let me just do that quickly. There we go, and then I've got the link. Just pop it into here. Oh, interesting. Why has my signing failed? Is it that I have killed the app? No, it's running. Let's try that again. Email link is invalid. Okay, that's interesting. Oh yeah, that's the old one. So that won't work. So let's see. I need another one. Send magic link. There was an error sending the magic link. Please try again. That is interesting. Oh, hang on. I've literally just got another one through, so maybe this will work. There we go. Cool. I don't know what was going on there. Oh, the other thing is that, okay, so what I'll do is I'll copy and paste some of my data. So the same data that I copied from before about how to create a robust LLM application. So let's do that. Copy that in. Okay, that's all the data. Wow, that's not what I was expecting with the expanding text box, but it's okay. And then I can just pop this here. Okay, and then I'm going to click create cheat sheet, and hopefully this will do something. Kaijo did not return expected fields, so I don't know why that is. So let's have a look. I should point out that Kaijo, whilst earth-shattering and groundbreaking, is also not finished. So there may well be issues. So if title and strapline didn't come back, so I have no idea what that's actually doing. So I'm just going to quickly console log that and see if we can find out what's going on. And I'm going to pop this, take off that, and then pop this at the bottom. Okay, try again. Okay, so Kaijo's coming back. Kaijo's not returning expected fields. Kaijo API did not return expected fields, but I console logged, but it didn't do anything. Oh, the reason is, as you can see, is that it's wrapped in an output. So I didn't tell it. It didn't quite get the output right. So what I will do is I will just say here, this is the output format, and just give it that. And then it should figure out that, yeah, I need to actually use the output from there. So that should work. So let's refresh that. Hopefully this will work this time. Did I hit generating? I'm not sure that I did. Did it generate one? Refresh. No, let's try again. Okay, generating. Doing its thing. Doing its thing. It's generated it. New row violates row security policy. Ah, yes. So we have not created any row level policies. So we need to do that. So basically, the way that this works with row level security with the way that this works is that you basically need to add, and this is quite nice, I'm not tempted to use this, I tend to write these manually. Basically what we're trying to do is make sure that it's allowed to edit its own, what's the word? We're trying to allow people to edit their own cheat sheets. Now, what's interesting about this is I've just realized that we haven't added anything into our table for which user ID we have, which is clearly a mistake. So we're going to have to add a user ID here. So if I go to cheat sheets and click edit table, and then add a column, and then say user ID, and then say this is the auth table, and this refers to users there, like so. And this is an auth user ID. Action if reference row is updated. Updating a record will raise an error if there are records existing in this table from that reference it. So we want to cascade. So deleting a record for auth users will also delete any records of references. Same for this. So basically we want to, if we delete the user, we just wanted to get rid of their cheat sheets, which is totally fine. So that's fine. So that's now got that connected. And then if is that nullable? No, it definitely should not be nullable. And then it's not primary key, and then save. Cool. I actually find this easier to do in a migration, because you can actually get Cursor to write it rather than going through the UI, which is probably a sign of things to come with kind of AI in general, that maybe we don't need user interfaces in quite the same way as we used to. There's a thought. Anyway, so what I need to do is I need to add in an RLS policy for this file, for this table. Cool. So what I want is for select, I don't want to, what do I want to say? Enable users to view their own data only. So that's the one I want. So that is fine. That's the one I want for this one. Yep. And then I want to create a new policy, which is enable insert for authenticated users only. That's fine. And then I also want to create a policy, which is you like to be able to delete your own ones. That's fine. And I want to be able to say you can only update your no, not email. I just want it to be, I want to be like that one, but I want it to be an update. So I actually want it to be like that. So I don't need using for this one, I don't think. So I think that's what I need. Again, I'm not used to doing this on, this is not a good name. I'm going to get rid of that. Start again. So what have I got? Discard this one. So I've got delete, insert. I also want update. I definitely want update. So I don't want that. I don't want that. It doesn't need to be that complicated. It can just literally be that. So we can actually say user ID equals auth user ID. I think that'll work. We use to view their own table. It probably needs to look. It probably needs to look like that. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna look like that. That's fine. Yeah. So now we have basically CRUD operations for this thing. We've got table joins. We've got, you can view your own data only. You can enable, insert, and you can delete your own. So that should be enough. Now, the reason you need row level security is, one, it's awesome. It's baked into Postgres, and it's a really great way of restricting your database at the database level. So you can't make application-based. If you get this right, you cannot actually screw it up in your application layer, in your code, which is great. You just won't let you. The other cool thing is that this means you can call Supabase from the front end with front end keys, because you've got authentication in the front end. And you can actually do this on the client. You can actually connect directly to Supabase on the client and from the server as well if you want to. So it bypasses your application layer entirely. It means that you can just use the row level security in the database itself. You don't have to go via your application layer and have a kind of pass from there. So why is this causing problems? Let's have a look. Kaijo result is of type unknown. Okay, I'd like to fix that. Fix this with AI, and I also want to say add new types so that I know what the type is going to be. Now, this was slow before. I'm not quite sure why. It could be that things are just not working on the cursor side of things, which would be a real shame. Let's try the other method of doing this. Let's just say, I'm going to add this to the chat and say, can you please fix this error, Kaijo result is of type unknown. Could you please add in a new type so that it's clear that there's an output with the fields that I want. There we go. That's what I was after. Right, and it's worked because it's added this type, and then we've just literally got this thing, and then we don't have to worry about casting it, which was bad anyway. So this is much better. It'd be really nice if these little types were generated for you, and you can just paste them in. That is definitely something to write down on my Kaijo to-do list, which is getting longer, but I definitely want to release this before too long, because I think it's awesome. Okay, that's written down on a different list. Okay, if you've got any other suggestions for things you'd like to see in Kaijo, let me know. Really like to hear all of those, and this is a great opportunity to ask them. Okay, so how are we doing? We've got a Kaijo function, we're calling it. Let's see if this now works now that we've got the row level security set up. Okay, still doesn't work. Why is that? So we're logged in. Oh, we're not adding the user ID. So I need to ask the AI to do that. Can you please make sure that when we save the Kaijo cheat sheet, we're using it's not the Kaijo cheat sheet, the user ID as part of the record. Okay, while it's doing that, I'm going to have some PL Satsuma because I feel like I need energy. I probably should have given it the context from the previous thing. Often what I will do, apologies for eating whilst not on mute. I'll be careful not to do that in the future. Okay, so there's currently no evidence in the code base that the cheat sheet table is a user ID column. It does have that column. This is why migrations are useful. I don't need to say like that. It does have that column. You can safely assume that it does. You know what we need? We need to generate the types. So this is a really, really useful thing with Superbase, which you can do. Now, normally I do it from the what's the word? From the command line, but you can do it directly from Superbase. So I don't know how to do it with a remote Superbase. So I'm just going to check that. Generating TypeScript types. So you can generate them from your project dashboard. So let's have a look where that is. Just finding that now. So yeah, here we go. So if we go in here, it says here, generating types. You can just generate and download them. Nice. So now if I just go to terminal and then copy from downloads, was it superbase.ts? I'm going to put that in my source directory as superbase database.ts. That'll do. And then inside, now I've got my database. What this does is it gives you all of the types from your tables. So I've got my cheat sheets table with my various types in it, which is really, really useful. It means that then Cursor will know about the types, so it can correct things better, but it also gives it much better information about the project. Having a typed, or at least type inference in your project is so helpful for this stuff to work. So I just need to insert that into index.ts. Do I have index.ts? I don't know. I'm going to create a new chat and say, I've downloaded my Superbase types into, and I'm going to give it the file, database TS. Please include this in the project. Oh yes, I need to do that. Yeah, fine. So I can say, please include in the actions TS. Cool. So now what it'll do is it'll go through and it's basically grab the table insert type. So let's have a look at that change. So it's added that type. It knows the typing there, which is actually slightly ancillary, but doesn't matter. And now it knows how to insert the thing, which means that it's definitely got a better view. It's now getting the user data from the user, and then it's inserting it with the user ID. So now that all has been set up, in theory, it's now got a user ID, so the row level security should now work. So let's see if it does. It's generating, did the thing. It did a cheat sheet. There is a cheat sheet. It couldn't find the cheat sheet, but it did try one. So let's see. I don't think we have the cheat sheets file yet, so we'll need to create that. But there is one. There it is. It's got my title and it's got my strapline. Nice. And that is what I wanted in my Kaijo function. So the cool thing about that is if I just quickly go to my Kaijo function here, it knew that that was the right thing to do. It knew that it was supposed to create, if I just quickly go here, the kind of the right things here, because I trained it to do the right thing. So it gets slowly better over time. The more you train it to do the right thing, then bye, Alan. Great to see you. Thanks so much for popping in. Don't expect people to stay for the whole 4 hours. That's a long time, but I really appreciate it that you stuck around for the song. Have a brilliant day. Hope things work out for you. Okay, so basically what it's doing is it's learning through the kind of continuous feedback that you're giving it exactly what to do each time. So now we have a cheat sheet. Now we have a user ID, which is brilliant. I actually don't like the fact that the cheat sheets have got an intake as their ID. I'm just going to edit that and change it. I would prefer this to be a UUID, I think. And then I'm just going to generate it randomly. So if I save that and then just, oh yeah, we need to basically delete everything that's in it before. So if I just delete this, delete, don't need that one. And then just edit the table. I prefer it to be a UUID, I think. UUID, please. That one. Generate. Fine. Hopefully that'll work. It should do. There's nothing else in it. Did that change it? No. That's annoying. Maybe I just need to create it again, which would be super annoying if I do. I'd really like to be able to change that, because that feels wrong to me. Cannot cast type big into UUID. Does not exist. Yeah, it doesn't look like it liked it. And I'm not sure why. Oh well, maybe we can't change that this time, but that's okay. I can regenerate it later. Okay, so what I was saying is that it has figured out how to manage this well. It's managed to figure out the action that we need, and it's progressively improving it over time. And it's also checking other models to see whether or not they are doing well or not. And the great thing is that it has already run all of those models under the hood as well. And so it gives you really great stats about what it's being used for. So that's really useful. Okay, so other things that I need to think about. So I've got this working and that's fine. We don't have this page, so now we need to create one. So I can get the AI to do that. Please create a page for the cheat sheets that I'm redirecting to in Actions. We should have a cheat sheets page. I would like you to show a visual representation of the cheat sheet with the title at the top and then the strap line. Use a very large font for the title and a small title for the strap line. Apologies, just grabbing the rest of my Satsuma. Okay. Great, so what it's done is it's created that page. It's not quite managed to get the dynamic. What did it do wrong? It had on the export. I should have done it. I should have done it. I did because I actually deleted it. Yes, it did. I need to create a new one. Cool, let's generate again. And this will probably create a fourth one. Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, there's number 4. It's generated. Yay, look at that. Oh, and that's very, very small. And that does not look right. And it's white. So that's no good, but it's at least a start. So that's done the right thing. So then I just need to make sure that the text isn't quite so small. Okay, don't put this in an off-white background with a small card style. I'd like this to look different. I think I want it to be 95% of the width instead, and the subtitle needs to be in a darker font. So it's just generating that. So this is vibe coding, this idea of just fixing the feel of your app. There we go, just sorted it. That for me is what vibe coding was originally designed for by Alexa Kapathi. That's what he talked about, was this idea of just being able to fix the thing. I don't need to look at the way that what it did with the tailwind for that. It just worked, and I'm happy with it. So that's fine. Great. So now what have we done? We have, just to summarize, we've created a new app entirely from scratch. We have got authentication working so that we can get into the app. We have a front page where you can paste a prompt. You can authenticate. You can start your cheat sheets. Other thing we're going to do. Okay. Also add the cheat sheets that I have access to in a big list on the main list page. We're listing all of the cheat sheets. I've just given it the page's context so that it doesn't make a stupid mistake and pick the wrong page. I've managed to give it the cheat sheet information. It's used a Kaijo background to actually fetch the cheat sheet. Hopefully, yeah, it's also got this one here, and I can click on it, yeah, and so it's created. It's really, really fast stuff, being able to do this. Cool, so now I need another Kaijo action, I think, which is going to create all of these boxes. So let's just check, am I on schedule? So I wanted at this point to get as far as title and subtitle. So I wanted to do this. We're 25 minutes behind, so I don't know if I'll actually finish, but we'll see how far I get. Okay, so I want to do the cheat sheet boxes. So I'm going to create a brand new Kaijo, which I'm going to create here, and I'm going to say I want to call it cheat sheet boxes. Great. So if I create that, just do that quickly, and then I have the option to, there we go, to create the, now I'll delete the basics, and I want to figure out what my summary is going to be here. So I want to start with what I had before. So if I go back to the other document, the other action, I'm happy with what I've written here as a starting point. So it's study guide or cheat sheet information. So if I just go to edit schema quickly and just grab this information, I basically want to duplicate this one. Should really add a duplicate button because that would be useful. Because it's exactly the same information that's going into this thing. So I've done this one is done. And now what I'm working on is this one. So if I then type that into there, that's fine. It is required. It's not repeatable. That's great. Okay, and then what I want to do is a couple of things. So I think what I want is a box or boxes, and I want these to be an object, and I want these to be repeatable. So when I give it the information, what I would like is a whole bunch of boxes. So I'm going to call these boxes that go on a study guide or a cheat sheet, containing all of the essential information from the information that's been passed in. Again, not worrying about the prompt too much, doesn't really matter because it will figure out its own prompt when you give it examples and give it feedback. Okay, so I want the box title, the title of the box containing a subset of the information. Each box should contain individual pieces of information that are distinct from the others. And then I also want another field, which is the content of the box. Content of the box, which has the essential information in Markdown format. The other cool thing about specifying it this way is that you get the, I'm going to call this color, you also get, or this is really a highlight, sorry. You get validated for free. So it will check that to make sure no matter what model you use, the output is correct. Should this box be highlighted and kind of the main information in the worksheet, cheat sheet. So I'm also asked it for Boolean. So this is a perfect example of a little function I just want to call, which uses AI to do something really, really useful for me that I couldn't do without AI, basically. So I'm just going to make it a bit smaller. Great, so we've done that. I can try it if I want to. I'm probably not going to bother. I'm probably just going to call it. So I'm going to go back to my cheat sheets page. I need to just accept these. These are all fine. These changes. Here's my cheat sheet page. And with my insert, at the same time as calling Kaijo here, I think what I want to do is just call the boxes one. So in exactly the same way, I'm just going to say in the actions file, and I'm going to create a new one, and I'm going to make sure actions is in context, and I'm going to say, in the same way as you're currently calling Kaijo, I'd like to call another Kaijo function in parallel at this URL. Unfortunately, I didn't copy it, did it? That's fine. Okay. This contains the information that should be within the content boxes. So I want you to return it. I want to keep the JSON format that you get back, and I want you to just dump it directly into the database. Can you please do this call in parallel? So both Kaijo functions are happening in parallel, and just wait for both of them to finish before you insert. Okay, let's see what happens. While we're waiting for that to run, just a couple of things for people who weren't at the beginning. If you'd like to look at Kaijo and you'd like to join the waitlist, Kaijo is at kaijo.ai. You're welcome to join. It's not quite ready for production, but as you can see, it does work. There's just a few things I need to figure out in order to get it ready for. If you sign up to the waitlist, you'll be one of the first people to get a chance to access it. Also, if you are interested in these kinds of things, I'm doing an awful lot of discovery, writing, thinking about AI at the moment. My background is a developer, CTO. I've been working in tech strategy, AI strategy for a long time. I've worked all the way from the very small startups, all the way that I bootstrapped, all the way up to running an agency that I bootstrapped and got to 1 million ARR. I've scaled teams startup teams in order to deliver data analytics products into the film industry, and I co-founded Cherrypick, which is a brilliant way to get your shopping done quickly. So I've done lots of different things in the kind of founder startup space at the kind of seed, VC-backed, pre-seed, VC-backed seed level. That's what I've mostly done. And I do an awful lot of tech strategy and AI strategy consulting as well. But if you want the kind of no holds barred behind the scenes access to all of that, then you are very welcome to grab that link. chrismdb.com is everything about me, and you can see the kind of things I do and join in that newsletter, which would be quite fun to have you along and have you as part of that conversation. Great. So what I'm going to do then is see how it did. So it basically, it did that as any, which isn't ideal, but that's probably okay. And then it's basically done what I think I wanted it to do. So it's done a promise all, which is the right thing to do. It's fetched the right thing. It's done all of that. Okay. It's added the right title. Yep, that's all fine. Yeah, grab the box of JSON. I think I need a type for this. So what I'm going to do is I don't like the any at all. That's no good. So I want this to be more closely typed. And the reason for that, if you're not used to this kind of thing, is that if you type things better, then it stops stupid errors. It basically allows you to not have to think about how any kind of stupid bugs in your system. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab from here, because of the API keys in there, I just need to take that and put this off on a different screen. But if I grab the output format, I'll just copy that out, and I will tell, excuse me a second. Okay, just copied the information out of the node. So basically what I want to do is I want to say in my chat, That's great. Could you please set up a new type for the boxes JSON output format and make sure that you're using it in the application code? Here is the return JSON of the output function. Highlight will always be a Boolean. Okay, let's see what it does with that. Cool, let's have a look. So we have that, yes, that's fine. Yes, good, so it's now managed to figure out that from the content. And then it's got an array, yeah, that all looks fine. I don't really need that, but all of it, but that's okay. Yeah, I might need to break that down a bit later. Yeah, that's fine. It's not perfect naming, but it's not bad. Okay, so let's see how that works. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go back here. I'm going to give it the same information. And I'm going to see what happens if I generate a new cheat sheet. So this shouldn't take much longer than the previous one because it's running those functions in parallel. Great, so now we've got the same thing, but hopefully inside our new cheat sheet, we should have, look at this, we've got a whole thing of exactly what we want. Now that's not a great response, but I can go in and I can tune the Kaijo output in order to do the right thing. Cosmic Otter is the one I need to look at the run that I didn't like very much. So yeah, let me just go in and say, with this one, if I just have a look at the runs, Cosmic Otter, yeah, this run from GPT-4 was no good. I can just say, too many paragraphs, I want bullets and simpler information inside the content, please. Okay, and they thought the run was good, but they'll now, the judge will now learn from that, basically. Let's see if there are any better ones. This one is also too much paragraphs. Yeah, so too many paragraphs, want bullet points in my runs. Okay, and then the next one was probably Llama. This is actually better. Yeah, I much prefer this one. Great markdown structure. Yeah, happy with this one. Yeah, and it actually says it's condensed, so that's good. So now the judge is learning in the background and will produce a better prompt for each individual model that you use it for. At the moment, it's set up to run all 3 models at once. The idea, in fact, I will make Llama 3 the default for this because it'll be cheaper and it will also do better responses. So next time I send it, it'll be a better option. But basically, the idea is that you can turn on the models that you want at the right times, so that you don't. Sorry, the formatting's not quite right there. So that you don't have to run all of the models. You only run the ones you want, and the idea is that you use the models that are best performing to you and the cheapest best model. Basically, that's how that works. Okay, I've got too many things open, so I'm just going to close a few of these down. Cool, so now that we have this, I think what I can do is I can say, please put the results of the content array, now that we've got the type, into shadcn components. I want individual cards in 3 columns. I want the highlighted one to be in a different color. There is one that's highlighted, and top and center. And I want with a slightly bigger full 3-column width on that one. All of the others I just want to be in 3 columns underneath and just arrange them in order. That's the best thing to do. So I want you to do shad cn cards. I want you to put the title in a title font, and I want you to put the content in Markdown format. So you'll need to download a Markdown library or format the Markdown in the cards. I want you to use a kind of range of pastel colors, I think, to start this for these colors, and I want you to make the highlighted box in an accent color. Okay, that's quite a lot of information. I don't know how well it's going to do with that. We'll have to see how this works. The great thing about being able to dictate into an LLM is you can just give it some information and it will figure it out. Okay, so it's obviously needs the UI card. It's going to need that. That's okay. I don't know what remark GFM is, but before it decides to insert that, I just want to have a quick look. I read an article this week about dependency poisoning, which terrified me. Just want to make sure that it's a real thing. So that's fine. So it's React Markdown. That's fine. I'll go with that. It's a real plugin. That's the main thing. Okay. I know that that's wrong. It should be that. Always gets that wrong. I have a cursor rule set up for most of my repositories to tell it to do the right thing. Yep, fine. Interesting. Didn't quite like that. Right, so there's an error. Just copy that. Just hasn't quite got the prompt right for this. Let's have a look. So yeah, that's fine. Nice. So that's good. That's a great start. I don't love those colors, but it's okay. It's fine to start with. Cool. And then having a look. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, all good. So this is not a good run. So I'm not happy with this one, particularly. So I'm going to change it. I'm going to change it up. This is looking quite good. I'm quite happy with that. I think I need to do this slightly differently. So, okay, the card designs look okay, but what I would like is to have a border of the color, and I want the title to be in a sort of bar at the top of the right color, but I want the background to be white, please. And I also want the background of the whole page to be white. That's also true for the highlighted box. I'd like that to be in a similar format. Let's see how this works. And if this doesn't work, I can always just go back like I did earlier and just retry that. That's better, except that obviously we haven't quite got the titles right. That looks fantastic, except that there's padding between the title and the top of the card. Can you remove it? I could just go and find that, but I'm not sure I can be bothered. If you can't find it quickly, I'll sort it. Did it fix it? It did not. No, that was the wrong thing. So I'll go back to this. I'll just fix it myself. So I'll keep that, and then card, content card, class name. Is it this one? No, that's the card content. Where's the title? There's the title. It's the PAY2 here, isn't it? So if I get rid of that, no, that's the padding. That's fine. So in the card, do we have card header? That's what we need. So this needs to use card header. So I'll just say use card header and give it the card as context. And hopefully that still hasn't quite worked, which is a shame. Why has that not worked? Let's just have a quick look at this. Is where you have to dive into the detail. There's a padding on it. Is that padding Y6 there? I think it should be G6. Yeah, there we go. So where is that in our code? It's there. So I'm actually going to, the great thing about these kind of components is that you can just edit them. So I can just say py2 here. That gives me what I want. I also want the rounding the same as this has got rounded XL. So I just need to say add rounded XL to top. So we can get that a little bit. That's that done it? No. Should have done. maybe not. Let's just have a look. Card header R, rounded top median. Thanks for the Excel. We're actually adding it ourselves. But I don't really want to add that in myself. I think that should just be part of the card header. So this should be in the card header, rounded T Excel. Yeah, that's fine. And then there's no border. The border isn't quite enough. So border 2, I'm just going to set that to BG white, and I'm going to go into the card itself and say I want this to be border. Too much? Probably too much. Border 2, border 3. That's fine. And then I can just see there's a little bit of lead there. It shouldn't be there. Depends on how much I care, really, about that at this point. I do normally care about stuff like that quite a lot. And then card description, card action, card content. This needs to have at least PY2. Let's see what we've got here. Card content, PX6, PT4. So that's coming from the page, card content, PT4, that can go. But actually, instead of full top 4, I want part bottom 4. That's looking better. Might even need to be 6. Yeah, that's a bit better. That's something like that will do. And then I'm going to do the rest with vibe coding. Okay, so the highlighted one I want to be full width, so that it takes up all 3 columns, please. Make the strapline centered. And use, apart from the highlight 3-column cross thing, I want you to use exactly the same padding as the normal cards. Okay, let's see what it's going to do. Okay, that's better. I really don't like what's happening with that padding top at the top there. I need to figure out what's going on there. That's fine, happy with that. So what are we doing at the top of this thing here? Because that looks ugly. So card header, rounded TXL, 2XL. 2XL is too much. Oh, maybe it's actually just rounded T. No, that's not enough. MD. Let's try that. Yeah, that looks. Maybe LG. Yeah, LG looks like it's found the right thing. That must mean that the card border has. That's really interesting, isn't it? So if I do TXL there, the borders don't have. Yeah, I don't know why that is. I think it's something to do with the way that the border's set up, probably. If I was to change this to have a border as well, I wonder if that would do the same thing. Yeah, look, you see, it's definitely adding the right thing. So I wonder if I remove the border, that doesn't matter. If I do that, yeah, you see, it's not quite the same. I'm going to keep it as it is because it works. Obviously, other browsers I'd need to test and make sure that was all right, but I just want to check that. How's everyone doing? Any questions? Anything you'd like to see? What do you think so far? Clearly, the rounding is terrible, so I'm going to fix that. There we go. Cool. Now, this was only done 3, so let's have a look at the Kaijo action run that we had for this and just see. It was this one here. Did it only have 3 boxes? So it had a box there, a box there, a box there. No, I had a few more than 3 boxes. So why are only 3 showing? Could it be the way that our card is set up? Let's have a look at our database to make sure it's saving the right number of boxes. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, definitely more than 3. So, so I need to say why aren't you saving or showing all of the boxes? Could you please change it so all of the boxes in the JSON content are shown? Let's see what it says. Oh, I should have. It's going to have to then look. I think the best thing to do is to give it the right page. Oh no, it's found the page. That's fine. No, that's not quite right. So anything that's highlighted. Oh, is it highlighted others? Okay, this is the problem. The problem is that the run wasn't very good. There should only be one that's highlighted. So I just want you to pick the first highlighted one to put at the top, and all of the others just ignore the highlight. That should be it. Cool. And then if I look, yeah, that's better, isn't it? Looks great. Let's center the boxes and stretch them to fit if there aren't enough to do 3 on a column. Under there. See if we can manage that. No, that's not right. E.g., if you have 5 non-highlighted boxes, I would like the last row to be just to have 1 box stretch all the way along, or 2 boxes that are equally 50-50 on each page. So what I did there, just in case you didn't spot that, is I just threw away what it did by clicking on the previous prompt, and it just reverted all of those changes. Need to remove the top padding on the card. Ah, Andy, maybe that's the reason. I'm assuming you're referring to what the challenges I was having earlier, where I couldn't quite get the rounding correct. Maybe that was the reason. Let me know if that was what you were trying to get me to fix. Okay, so what's it done here? Others length is greater than 0. Grid told, no, it's not quite got that right still. This obviously doesn't look right. So I need to be more specific with my prompting. So if I go back to the chat and say, last row, there's 3 of them 3 boxes. 1 box will take the 2 grids, 2 boxes will each take half. It needs to try it again. I'm going to give it another go. Just hasn't quite got it right. Yeah. Let's see. No, it's done exactly the same thing there. So actually, let's have a look at the code. Col span, if license to last row is 1, item 1 col span 2, col span 3, if license to 2, col span 1, small col span 1, and col span 2. And then we're doing a flex 1. Yeah, that doesn't quite work. But I'm guessing what it's trying to do is make it more responsive. So if I put it into responsive mode, yeah, that didn't quite work. I guess that's what it's doing. Yeah, no, that doesn't quite work. I'm going to try something and see what happens. So if I say, I'm going to just take a screenshot of this. This works surprisingly well a lot of the time. This didn't quite work. It looks like you've got the last 2 boxes taking up 2/3 of the page each. Sometimes it can be enough for it to jolt it into figuring out what happens. It's managed to take up half the width, not to, yeah, okay. I don't think that's going to do it. Well, no, it's still not quite right. I think what you need is actually a 12-column grid where you have the, if there are 3, then they can just take 4 columns each. If you have 2, they can take 6 columns each. And if there's just 1 left, you can take the last column. 12 column grid. I mean, that's the standard. We could use a 6 column grid, but let's go for 12. Okay, so go back. So I've given it the image and then see whether or not this does the job. Oh, nice, Andy. Yeah, I did fix the issue. Didn't look right. I don't like the way I fixed it, which was using a large padding and then extra large on the outside. I would definitely be trying to figure that out later. There we go. That fixed it. Nice. So then it figured out how many to do, and just let me just double check the logic here. Yeah, and that one is exactly the same as that, so that is a redundant row. Cool, so that's fine. So now we actually have quite a nice looking thing. I quite like that. So let's see, if I was to put this on a PDF, what would this look like? The answer is not that good, but that's what we want to fix later. So I'm hopeful that we can add a print layout for these so that you can just use them nicely. So that's the plan. So I'm pretty happy with that. And you can see just how quick it was to kind of get that working. Now, let's try exactly the same thing, but let's try a different cheat sheet thing. So let's see, I'm going to get it to add the ability to delete cheat sheets using a little icon with a bin on it inside the cheat sheet itself, and then ask me for a confirmation, use a shared UI component for a pop-up modal for that, if I want to delete it or not, and then if I say yes, then it actually removes it from the database, please. So that's what I wanted to do, and then I also wanted to give it the cheat sheet page, so that one and that one as well, the list, and then just let that run. So while it's doing that, I'm going to create a new cheat sheet. So I'm going to paste in some information. I'll paste in the same information as before, just from one of my articles. I'm just going to shove this in here, generate a cheat sheet. What's really nice is to, there we go. That looks really nice, although again, it's paragraphs. I don't want paragraphs. That's not right. I want bullet points. But anyway, the idea with Kaijo is that it will work on improving that in the background, so that you know what's happening. So the delete cheat sheet stuff is churning away, which is quite nice. Oh no, that's fine. It's doing the confirm modal. Oh, I think it's doing the wrong thing here. Oh yes, I asked for a shared CM UI component, pre-built UI component. What I noticed was that it was trying to generate my own confirmation dialog. I really don't want it to do that. I just wanted to use a shared CM one. The reason for using shared CM is just because I get standardized components out of the box, and it just means that the whole thing looks nicer rather than custom every time. So that just makes the whole thing much simpler. Great. So I'm just going to mute for a minute and finish my Satsuma. Looks like it's done the same thing again, which is super annoying. I don't want it to generate. I just want it to install the component from shadcn using pnpm dlx if you need to. So I'll revert that again. It's fine just to literally revert all the time. Just if it doesn't quite get it right, you didn't quite get enough context, then you just revert and do it again. Looks like it, however, has lost that chat, which does happen occasionally. That's really annoying. How irritating. Yeah, that's super annoying. I don't know if I can undo. No, I can't. No. How irritating. Okay, fine. Start again. I want you to delete cheat sheet functionality. Can you please add a nice bin icon from Lucid Icons onto the main list of cheat sheets, and then use a shared CN UI modal dialog confirmation in order to say whether I want to delete it. And then if I say yes, then just delete it using the UI. Okay, so I want to say install components from shared CN using pnpm dlx shared CN UI. I'll let it do that. And then I want to give it the page. Not that page actually, but I'll give it that anyway. And then I'll also give it the actions so it doesn't have to look that stuff up. That should be enough context for it. Let's see what it does now. Okay, it's looking at the components that I've got, seeing that I have some components. It's doing all right, actually. Just trying to see if I'm already doing deleting. Checking the button code. Yeah, but I know it's not searching there, it's just that. Run. Shove that in there. That's done the right thing this time, at least. Yeah, I'll need that. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, it just did the wrong thing. Okay. It should have added the thing rather than trying to run Lucid React directly. Okay. So how are we doing? We're 2.5 hours in. We've got an hour and a half to go. Let's see how we're doing on schedule. This is a bit of a nice to have, so maybe we don't actually need this. So we have literally got editing sheets. I would love to do, but I may not get that far. But it would be really nice to allow people to edit sheets. Let's give that a go. Okay, so it's added the various things that we need. It's got linter errors, which is figuring out. It's got the dialogue. I don't know if it needs that dialogue to be part of the, to show it. Yeah, no, that didn't work. Try again. Okay, so the issue is that we're exporting. Yeah, let's see if that does the thing. Okay, so the problem is that it's using the wrong client, I think. Yeah, so you need to use the browser one. Okay, didn't work because the server already has something in it. So this is fine. No, I'm not sure about. This I'm not sure about. No, this has not done it right. Again, it's not having a good time of it, is it? You'll need to use a server component action in order to do the delete. I don't want to include the dialog as part of the UI. It should just be able to show a confirmation pop-up. Okay, revert all of that. It's gone right back again. And what it doesn't do necessarily is revert your node module state, but that will probably be okay because I don't mind having those packages installed. They were the correct packages to install. So that's okay. Can you tell me how the keyboard sound is now? Is it too loud? Is there any background noise that I need to be aware of? What's interesting is that with this new live streaming setup is that, oh, there we go. That looks like a much better thing to do. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that's fine. And then it's adding UC React, but I think that'll be all right. So what's interesting is it picks up a lot more noise than, say, Google Meet, which does a lot of noise cancellation in the background, or Zoom. I think I can see why a lot of people use Zoom for webinars now because of all of the work it does in the background to kind of cut out extraneous noise. It'd be interesting to see what it's like in the recording to, okay, if you want to look at that, that's fine. And that, if you really want to, yeah, resume the conversation. Why is it looking at my Lucid? Don't quite understand why it needs to know where everything is. Yeah, it's just not very happy, is it, with the setup of the installation of the icons. if I can't get this to work in the next 2 minutes, I'm backing out this whole change because it just feels like it's only an extra. Yeah, that's actually an okay error because we've got the cheat sheet button being created now. And it doesn't like that. I might have to figure out what's going on with that. Yeah, if you want to run into, you can. Right, so the issue is that we have an opponent that needs next headers. This only works in a, right, so let's have a look at Superbase server. Cookies, why do we need cookies? Okay, the reason is because we're using Superbase server inside a client function. So where's it coming from? Let's have a look. It's probably actions. This is a server component. So it doesn't get the cookies. You need to pass through the cookies. Close that. So that's not helpful. Why is it complaining now? What's changed about my code that means it's suddenly complaining about this? Because this was working fine. Ah, is it this? Oh no, that's just my find. I think, given that it was all working before, this is in the actions, this is correct. That's fine. This is a server component. This is creating a server client. Just make sure a restart doesn't fix it. Yeah, okay, fine. There we go. That's all we needed. Should have checked that first. Okay, so let's have a look. This is the delete cheat sheet button. I can try it. I'm going to delete this one. Yes, it's gone. Great. Yes, it's gone. Great. Yes. Great. Cool. Nice. So then if we look, that's fine. I think that's okay. I don't know why I can't find that. Sometimes that's just because it needs a restart of the TypeScript server. Let's have a look at the changes. What's happening here? Oh, that's just display and adding the button. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Next file. Delete cheat sheet. We looked at this one. The great thing about this is you can't get it wrong because I added those policies about an hour ago. I don't have to worry about this because I know that it's not going to delete the wrong one. Don't have to do any more validation. It just won't work. So that's really powerful. Then we've got the alert that we asked for. That's just an alert dialog attached to the button. So that's totally fine. Great. Okay, I think it's probably time to check in. We haven't checked in for an age, so let's have a look at our code base. I have no idea everything we did. We did Superbase auth last time, so basically all of the Kaijo functions. So that's hilarious. I think probably this is a little bit of a draw the rest of the owl setup. So I'm literally going to call it draw the rest of the owl. If you don't know that joke, search for it. Basically everything. It's basically do the app is kind of what we've done there. I'm going to sync that. So you can use this in a sec already. It'd be interesting to see if anyone's actually done that yet. I'm not sure if you will have done. Oh no, you can't have done yet. But if you've gone to AI Cheat Sheet Generator, you will be able to go and use those. Please don't spam it or add it to a sum bot where you spend all of my money. That would be bad. So just be aware that there are LLM calls attached to this now. So you are spending my money if you use it, which is fine. I'm going to put a payment gateway on this at some point, so I'm not too worried. But yeah, by all means, try it out. Okay, so how are we doing? So we've now got our cheat sheet. We've now got the thing happening here. We've got our Kaijo function we're using. That's all working fine. We've got our cheat sheet boxes. We're using Llama. Let's just have a look at the latest runs. This is the one we did just now. It was yeah, too many paragraphs. Just wanted to say that. Too many paragraphs give me bullet points and information that's easier to digest. Fine. Cool, and yeah, the LLM judge hasn't picked that up yet. I haven't implemented in Kaijo the process of kind of managing those examples and updating the prompt automatically yet. I'll have to do that later, but that's out of the scope of the stream. The idea is just to show you how to use it. Cool. So, so now we've got this. We've got our blog posts, our study notes, whatever. We should be able to move on to the next step. Now, it would be nice to be able to tweak these, wouldn't it? So I don't know if I've got time. I probably do have time to give it a bit of a go at tweaking some of this stuff. So I'm going to ask AI to do that. So we've got some changes that I have. Yeah, that's fine. That's in the chat. Okay, we've implemented the basic creation of cheat sheets. Now, on the cheat sheet page, I'd love you to allow me to edit various cheat sheets. So I want to be able to click on the title and edit it. Ideally, I'd like to be able to edit it inline using a ghost input, if possible, and for it to save automatically whenever I hit enter or go out of focus with a little spinner would be nice. Similarly to the cheat sheets content, I want to be able to edit those using a Markdown editor. So I did look up a good Markdown editor earlier. I'm just going to find out what I found. Lexical. Use the lexical editor. So what I can do is just give it that link so that it can read that and figure out how to do it. Also save on defocus. Oh, let's see how it does. That's a reasonably hard thing for it to do, so I would expect this not to work so well, but let's find out. It definitely doesn't have lexical yet, so it's going to have to get some stuff and figure that out. And I'm going to just read this file as well. I'll read this page to see how it works. So I'm expecting it, once it's figured it out, to install lexical and then create a little lexical composer, something similar for me. Let's see how it does. So it's added the components first. Let's see how that goes. Nice. So it's obviously the linter errors are going to be it can't find the components it's creating. So that's fine. Happy for it to do that. Why has it changed that to a use router? So it's changed the way the page works to fetch the data. Oh, it's just added a little bit. It's added state to the cheat sheet page so it can treat it as a form, basically, which does make sense. So I'm actually happy with those changes. Yeah. What about ones further down? Yeah, these are the inline editable ones. Yeah, reasonably happy with those. That's fine. It's changed a whole bunch of other things as well. What else has it got? It's edited this page, which is the cheat sheet page again. Added inline editable titles. Added the editable markdown box. Let's see. It might have been better to ask it to do. Okay, yeah, fine. Please install lexical and create components. Using PNPM. Wow, can't believe I picked the hottest day of the year to do this. Pretty nuts. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, it's doing its thing. Cool. How's everyone doing? Has anyone been here from the start? Apart from just me? I'd be fascinated if anyone's managed to stay this long. Do pop a comment in. I'm live streaming across X and YouTube and LinkedIn, so I can see the changes. I can see comments that come up from all of those platforms. So do just say hello or let me know how long you've been here, or whether you've come in at the beginning or whether you've come in more recently. Okay, so what's it done? So it's installed lexical, it's added the editable markdown box. I'm assuming that looks like it's created this and it's saved the content. So let's see what's it doing here. It's selecting the content and then it's updating the content by, because it knows what the type is. This is why you add the type, the anti-typing in, because it can now it knows enough to be able to update this. Okay, let's see what that looks like. So it doesn't work because there's an error. You're trying to export a function from a component marked with you can't export generate metadata. Okay, I am literally just going to copy this one. Don't want to have to deal with that. Okay, and then we've got the same problem. Okay, that's fine. You'll need to restart the dev server, fine. You don't have to do this that often, to be honest, but occasionally you do. Right, cool. Okay, let's grab my text, paste it in. Okay. Cool. So now when I've got my cheat sheet editor, it might look horrendous. Let's see. Didn't work. Okay, so this time I am using a component that needs next headers. Not quite sure why. So I'm going to need to look at the various changes. So first thing is to generate metadata, which I'm not quite sure even what that's supposed to be doing. So I'm not sure about that. And then let's have a look at the rest of this. Editable markdown box list, that's fine. I thought that was okay. Not quite sure why it needs a generate metadata function. Let's have a look. Make sure we understand what's going on. No, it's not mentioned anywhere. So that feels like a perfectly reasonable thing to remove. Doesn't feel useful. Okay, so let's have a look at the next one. So we have an inline editable title. Save the title, that's fine. Handle blur, save the title. Keyboard down, save the title, that's fine. This is a use client. It's creating a client from the server. So we can't use the server client here. So this is the issue. So I want to say this bit. You can't use the server client here. You need to use the browser client. I'll give it the browser client so that it doesn't get confused. Reason is that this is running on the server, on the client. So if it wants to use a client, it needs to use the browser client. That should fix it. And it's got the other one as well. It's figured out it needs to do both. Let's redo that and refresh the dev board. You thought it started at 2? Oh, Andy, I'm really sorry. It did start at 2. You probably thought I'd made incredible progress. But unfortunately, because I need to get on the road, I'm visiting my parents this weekend. I had to move it 2 hours earlier at reasonably short notice a few days ago. So I started it at 12. So sorry about that. So that's why we've made such good progress. We did literally start from scratch about 2 3/4 hours ago. Cool, so this is still not working. Why is that? So that should be fine. Where are we importing that from? So we'll be importing it from somewhere else. So those changes are fine. Did I restart the server? I think I did. Let's just have a look at the page. Sorry, fly knocking about. Let's see. Get rid of that. Okay, so this is a client. This also needs to come from the browser. Maybe. Those aren't being used anymore, so that's fine. That's also not being used anymore. Restart the server. There we go. Nice. Okay. Not bad. Oh, this isn't good. So we need to figure out what to do about that. This is not terrible. I mean, it's not great, but it's not terrible. But the cool thing is that you can edit it. Now, what's interesting is that if I do this, hopefully, no, it didn't display it. So there's some obvious issues here. So I can't edit them. They don't have the text in there. If I edit the title, it doesn't work at all. Okay. So this is not working well. So what I need to say is a few different things. So make sure that the rendered markdown is, or the markdown is added to the page. When you click on it, I need to add it to the text box. So I want the raw markdown in the text box so that I can edit it. See, I mean, that's quite a lot. That's quite a pretty unclear thing to have said. So if it manages to figure this out, I'll be impressed. Oh, wow, it's doing loads. It's made a huge change. This just feels wrong. Why has it got rid of all of that? What on earth has it done here? Yeah. Oh, I mean, that literally worked. Why did that work? What the hell was it thinking? That didn't work. Interesting. So bullets don't work. What about headings? No, headings don't work. So not everything works. Interestingly, I'm fascinated that that works better though. Why is that? Okay, because it's gone back to React Markdown. It's not using the editor. You know what? That's probably better. I'm tempted to keep this. I'm not sure about this editor. It looks a bit complicated. I could literally just use, as long as I can edit it, which means that if I go, what I would probably do is go all the way back to the beginning and just throw away all of that. So I'm going to go back to this. I'm going to get rid of this thing. I'm just going to say, I'm just going to go straight back. I'm going to delete everything I did. Revert, and then I'm just going to get it to do something else. I have no bones about just throwing away all of that code. It was only 15 minutes worth of coding, but an awful lot of thinking that I have not thrown away. So all of the thinking about which editor to use in my project, I haven't had to rethink. I've just done it, and it'll now do a better job because I've given it a bit more interesting. Okay, so what it's done here is it's decided to add editable cheat sheet, and it's made. That's interesting. Oh, hang on, it's editing the title, which is fine because we need to do that as well. And I'll let it finish that. What I wanted it to do is allow you to edit the box title, but obviously you need to be able to edit the title and the strapline as well. So yeah, that's another good learning. So it's now added the editable cheat sheet. So if I click on this, I can then say, there we go. I don't quite know where all of my content has gone. I think it's just deleted a whole bunch of stuff. So that's my editable cheat sheet. Then it's changed the page. Oh, okay, it's still going. So it's changed the page. It's removed all of my headed. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Definitely don't want it to do that. Unless it's moved it. No, this feels wrong. It's just too much. So I was happy up until this point. So what you can do, you should be able to say, there. No, not there. You can insert a message there and say, this is great. Please now allow title and content editing of boxes themselves. Make sure to yeah, I'll just put that. So I basically stopped it halfway through and said you can have that change, but I don't want the rest of it. So this, I don't know what this is. I'm tempted to go back again because the original instruction was unclear. Okay, now it's going crazy. I think what I'm going to say, I'm going to go back. I'm just going to restore. Okay, go back to this, please. Yeah, fine. Okay. You'll need to edit both the main title, the strap line, and then the individual boxes. Make sure that you can use Markdown in the strap line and the individual boxes, please. Okay. That should be a much better change, much more specific change. So totally fine to throw away stuff and then redo it. Okay, so it's having a think. Okay. How's the stream quality? People earlier said that it was a little bit choppy. I'm hoping that it's not dropped and it's been pretty good the whole way. Okay, so it's editing this file now. Okay, it's finally done something. So let's have a look. So it's adding form controls again to the page. Yeah, it's making inline editables. That's fine. Creating the page again. No, I don't know what it's trying to do with the generate metadata. That feels like a thing it's got in its training data that it doesn't really know what's going on. This is quite nice. It's actually factored out an inline editable option. And it's got some props for the form so that it's got the form typed properly. That's good. Okay, so it's saying I should remove the create client. I think that's okay. I was happy enough with that file. And then we can just get rid of that one. Got the create client. We don't want the server one because this is a client one, so we need the browser one. That's fine. The metadata I'm not sure about. I'm not sure what the point of that is. So I can just get rid of that. Okay, now I can't find the thing. Why can I not find it? Oh, maybe that's what the generate metadata does. Let's have a look. No, interesting. So where is the cheat page? Metadata, API cheat sheets. Well, why is it doing that? That's completely wrong. So it's unfortunately we've got that wrong. So I just need to say, make sure you use Super-based clients directly for fetching the cheat sheet information. And that should now do the right thing here so that it's not trying to fetch from an API. That's actually given me it as autocomplete. That looks better. And it doesn't like, yeah, that's fine. That's the update. Yeah. And then that's also fine. That's the update. But the generate metadata, I don't think that's necessary. Not actually sure what that is. I'm going to get rid of it. Great. So now we have this thing. Now let's see if I edit this. Okay, and then let's see if that refreshed. Yeah, it worked. Is this a good strap line? Yeah, and then I should be able to edit this. Ooh, okay, so that's interesting. So the text on the input is the wrong color. I can tell the title up. Just check the others. That's fine. Let's make sure. 1, 2, 3. I might just need to ask it to do markdown bullets. Oh, that's interesting. I think it's because it was blank. I think that's just an error. Oh no, those are the same now. Interesting. So we need to probably fix that. Yeah. Okay. So it's affecting the entire, all of the ones on the row, maybe. Yeah, or the one just before. Interestingly. Yeah. So it looks like there's a couple of errors. One is when you edit the content of one of our boxes, you are changing the one just before it. So let's just check that. So we've got 1. Yeah. 2. Okay, but it's not. Yeah, it's off by 1 error. So it's actually changing the wrong one. Is it because of the highlight? Okay, let's see what it says about that. I think what's happening is that it doesn't realize the highlight's been removed from the list, and therefore it's counting from the beginning of the number of callouts within that list. The box index is being called in a particular way. So it returns the first of characters to be in boxes. Yeah, so it's going to do that for me. Oh, okay. I don't know why it's not doing that for me, but it can. That does look right. Yeah, it's just doing a bit more complicated because of the highlighted index. Okay, so let's try this now. So we have, this is the highlight, which is fine. And then we have box 1, box 2, box 5, box 4, box 5, 4, 3. Make sure that that's all updated. Great, that's fine. And then this is strapline, and this is cool. Yeah, okay, that all works great. Fab, so that's fine. Things I wanted to change is that the input in the highlight should have black text. So it's interesting how I found my interaction modes with LLMs have changed. So I am speaking into it quite a lot. As you know, so I'm speaking to a lot of text boxes, but I don't always. That hasn't worked. What change did you want to make? So we're setting the input class name text white, placeholder white. That's probably the wrong color. I actually want it to be accent. Did I ask for the wrong thing? Same color as the accent, not the white. Whoops. Let's try that again. Yeah, I've noticed my interaction modes changed. I've noticed that I speak into it a lot, but sometimes it's just quicker for me just to type what I'm thinking rather than figure out how to get it from my brain. Hasn't worked either. To the keyboard. It's quicker than getting it from my brain to my voice. Interestingly, I'm not quite sure why that is. There should be accent. Can I just do accent? Accent's the wrong color. What is this thing? It's a background accent, border accent, header. What's accent header? BP primary. So text primary. Let's see if that just works. Yeah, that's better. Happy with that. And the placeholder is white. Oh, that's interesting. I can't edit it. Okay. There's another bug. So make the hitbox of all of these things as wide as possible. Things is not a good thing to say. Editable fields. Hitbox. There's no point saying that. It might figure it out, but it's worth just restarting and giving it better context. So what I mean by hitbox is just that I can't click until I get to right to the thing. I don't really like those icons either, but it's not terrible. Okay, what's it going to do? Width full. Yeah, that's worked. That's kind of what I want. Yeah, so now I can edit it. That's fine. Yeah. I don't love it, but it's not terrible. Okay, this is probably enough on this, and I'm literally out of time for editing. It's not amazing. Bullet points I don't think work. I could really do with some bullets. So let's see. Can you update my React Markdown control to make sure that I can show bullet points? That would be quite nice. But while it's doing that, I'm just going to check in. So let me add all of those changes, and then I've got those staged, and then if it wants to make further changes, I can, so I can do it at the same time. So often I'll do that. I'll stage the changes. Okay, yeah, but they're not proper indentation and disk style bullets. Well, I'm not seeing that. Oh, it's because of the pros thing. Okay, I could probably do. So Tailwind has a pros mode, I know, but I think I might need to install it as a separate library. I can't remember, for the typography, maybe? Yeah, I need to fall. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, that's fine. Just install it. Don't give me that. Just, yeah, I just want to install it. Okay, great. Just install it using pnpm. Okay, so it can make those changes, but I've got the changes staged already. Yeah, that's correct. So it can keep making the changes, and while I come up with the new commit message, which is going to be editable controls. Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. And then maybe if I restart, and let's see. Has it got good typography? It should have. No, it has not. Why is that not working? So let's have a look. This feels like a small thing, but I just want to make sure. Well, I'm just not sure that's loading. This doesn't look like it's made any changes. Could you please have another go and see whether there's, or review my entire project and see whether there's any reason why I can't see bullet points? Also want to have a header in here to see whether that shows, and maybe an HR. Okay, well the HR shows, but not the header. I'm going to make those changes that I committed earlier, that's fine. And then I've still got these pros bullet points changes that I'm testing. If anyone knows how to get Tailwind typography working in Next.js, let me know. I don't have a Tailwind config, are you sure? That doesn't sound right. I mean, it's possible. Maybe not. Oh, okay. Yes, why not? That's fine. Just get it to create it. I need to restart for that. See if that restart works. Compiling, still didn't work. Yeah. Themes extend, plugin require. I might have to look this one up. I quite like bullet points. How to use a Tailwind typography plugin with Next.js. I'm just reading that now. Plugins require Tailwind CSS typography. And I should be able to add pros slate. Is that what I've done here? Pros base, that should work. So it should have pros installed. Let's have a look. Pros is definitely there. I wonder if that's the right. Should it be a tailwind.config.ts, and do I need to refer to it? I can ask that question of the AI actually. Should my tailwind config.js be a TS file, and do I need to refer to it inside my next config? Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. It should pick it up automatically. It's in the root. Fine. No need to reference it, just restart the dev server. I've done that, and this is not changing. There's also an error. Let's have a look. Maybe this is the problem. Oh yes, no, I know about that one. I'm just going to, that's a pretty standard thing. I'll just let it fix that. Yeah, I don't know why, this is new. It normally just fixes it. They're obviously changing cursor under the hood, and it's just asking me a little bit more of what I'd like to do. Before it would just say what it was going to do and then do it, which I think was better. Okay, so this is fix the params thing. Yeah, that's fine. That's an easy change, and I know roughly what it's going to do here. Let's check it. Yeah. So params is here. Params, use params. That's what it needs to do. That's fine. Okay, so why is it not doing the pros? Why is it not doing the headers? Is it because I've got some weird setting on my pros here? So if I just take off these and just say slate. No, and then if I look at my styles to see whether it's picking up anything from the pro style. Let's see, pros, doesn't say. Oh, what's going on there? That's weird. Oh no, that's the responsiveness. Pros. Nothing about pros. Super annoying. Because I've got the UL and the LI, it's just not supporting it, which is super annoying. And it should be installed as a Tailwind plugin. Tailwind, yeah. Plugins, Tailwind CSS, typography. Definitely installed it. Definitely got it in my changes. It's installed. It's there. You can see it. It's there. Installed it. It's in the plugin. I'm not referring to Tailwind config anywhere else in the project, so it should pick it up. Restart to the dev server. Oof. That's really annoying. I think I might have to leave that one because I want to get the print style sheet done. Cool. Right. So I've managed to get it to the point where at least we can edit them, which is a great start. It's a bit of a shame about the LIs and not having the bullets in, but it's not terrible. Okay. So the next thing is to try and add a print style sheet. So I'm going to tell the LLM what I'm going to do at the same time as telling you. So the plan is I want to create a new subfolder called cheatsheet/id/print with a new page in it. This should have a special print style sheet, which removes all of the extraneous stuff and makes sure that the cheat sheet is fully printed on one page. It should have no extraneous information around the edges, like the page number, the URL, or anything like that. And it should say at the bottom in a little strapline created with aicheatsheetgenerator.com. Okay, so that clearly is not a good idea. So I want cheat sheet ID print, like so. Just going to restart cursor because I think it's possible. There's a slight problem with it at the moment, so I'm just going to try loading it again to see whether or not this will help. And then I want this to say aicheatsheetgenerator.com. It's interesting that it can't find that. It's because it's at cheat sheet. It's finding that. Yeah, it's interesting that it's not showing as much verbose text as it did. This is a cursor change over the last day or two, which is fine. It's just the way it's now working. It's not terrible. Okay. If you've come in a little bit late, and while it's thinking about that, I just wanted to tell you about a couple of things. One is that if you were using a tool called Kaijo to generate the output for this, Kaijo is a tool that I've written that allows you to create actions or functions for the AI really easily. It's calling two functions in parallel across multiple different models using evaluations out of the box without having to do any code. So that's a really, really quick way to get going with AI and create really nice, fun agents. So I encourage you to check that out. The wish list for Kaijo is at kaijo.ai. So you can join that there. The other thing that you might be interested in is that I'm have a newsletter where I'm giving sort of behind the scenes access to my AI journey. I'm doing a huge amount of interesting work in AI, learning how to use these tools really effectively, using the various bits of experience that I've gained over coding and running teams over the last 25 years or so. I'm really trying to figure out what it means to be a CTO in the age of AI, what it means to run and build teams in the age of AI, how much coding I should be doing, how much should I be hiring people to code, how much should I be delegating to agents. So I'm learning all of that in the background. If you want to kind of blow by blow behind the scenes access to that, then please do sign up at chrismvp.com. And if you have any questions about anything that I'm doing, you are welcome to ask questions in the chat. So let's see what it has done. So we've got a new page, which is going to be the print page. It's quite a simple page. It feels like it probably should have reused some of those components, but that's okay. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, I've got to restart the server. Let me turn that off now so you can see. There we go. Cool. Didn't quite work. So this is a client component, so it can go use client. Thank you. Autocomplete. There's another error. It's trying to do a revalidate. Not quite sure why it's trying to revalidate. I'm going to give this one to the AI to fix. There we go. Probably should have reused some of those components, shouldn't it? I don't want the editable stuff, but I want everything else. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. Cool. Yeah, why is it calling revalidate? Which file is that? Page print. Let's have a look. Revalidate. Yeah, what is that? I don't know why that's there. Okay, so we now have this. This is terrible. So we have a print. That's interesting that it doesn't work at all except with a print style sheet, which is not what I want. But it's a great start. Let's think about this. And I'm actually going to put the chat in the main window so you can see it. There we go. Okay, that's fine. But is it possible to have a button that sits on the page that prints this using the print style sheet? I think that would be better. So could you use the print style sheet actually on the existing page? I don't want to say this. I'm going to stop that. I'm going to go back to the beginning here and then say, I want to do this, but I want to change this. I want to add a special print style sheet, which means all the extraneous stuff. Should have no extraneous information. So at the bottom, don't start playing created with AI, cheatsheetgenerator.com. That's cool. Nice. I'm just going to have it on that page. There's no need to have an extra page with print on it. That'd be much nicer. Should have all of the same colors. Let's see what it comes up with first. Okay, 45 minutes to go. How are we doing? We've done pretty well, I think. Has anyone tried using it? Be quite interesting to see if it works. Okay, so if I hit print, yeah, it looks okay. It looks not bad. I need some more margin, but I can fix that. So we need, that's all fine. Page margin, that's fine. And then the cheat sheet has got the height, got the min height. After I've got the content. This tagging isn't quite right, so I want that to be left 8 millimeters, and then hit print again. Cancel. Print. No, that didn't work. That's incorrect, yeah. Let's see. Print. For some reason, it's not. Fix the left. See if that'll fix it. No. Let's do this. Okay, well, it thinks that's the right way to do it, but for whatever reason, it's not working. I wonder if that's because the width is wrong. I have refreshed the page. That's probably the reason. That's better, actually, because I've got the centering. I don't actually want the bottom. I don't want that left. There, that makes no sense. The bottom, that can be 4 millimeters. Let's make it italic. Now, what's quite interesting you can do is just type italic and it'll fix it for you. That is really, really useful. Okay, that's nice. And then what's interesting though is it looks different, and I'm not brilliantly happy about that. So let's have a look. Let's have another look at print style sheet. I wonder if I can do this better with Tailwind. Let's ask the question. Is there a better way of doing a print style sheet with Tailwind? I really want like print optimized stuff. So obviously there are some things I can't do, but if there's a way of making sure I keep the colors and all of that, then that would be quite nice. See what it says. On the right size, yeah. Okay, use tab. Oh, Tailwind's print variant. This is nice. Very cool. I didn't know about this. Great, that looks really good. Could you please use Tailwind as much as possible, using all available best practices, please? Cool, and then I'll let it. And then I'm going to just say for this particular page, which I don't want it to look at all of the others, and look for loads of code. If I ask it for something that starts looking for loads of code, what I tend to do is just stop it and just say, this is the code I want you to look at. It goes much quicker. How's everybody doing out there? Hopefully everyone's been following along okay. If you're in the UK, I hope you're enjoying the fine weather. I'm sad that it finishes pretty soon. Just in time for the bank holiday weekend. Right, so that has fixed. All it's done is it's just changed that. That's fine. I don't think I might have to go back to the beginning. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, no, that doesn't look right at all. Tailwind's print classes, but I can probably fix this. Yeah, okay, so it's done the right thing, but it's removed all of the bits that I actually want. So, but it's used Tailwind in the right way. So I'm now thinking, okay, that's fine. I will ask it to fix it. Keep the pastel background colors for Tailwind print. We'll use that. How am I doing? 40 minutes to go. Am I going to finish this? Ooh, that is completely wrong. Go back. Right. I might just make these changes myself. I think it'll be quicker. Right. So if I have a look at, give myself a bit more space, and then search in here for print. Okay, definitely not background white, text black. No, I don't want that. Shadow none yet, border none yet, width full, yep. Min height is fine. Text is fine. Ooh, what's happened here? was weird. That's all fine, I think. Not quite. I kind of want it to be padding 4. Forget the margin. Yeah, that's fine. Padding 8 will be fine. Vibe coding is all very well, but sometimes it's just quicker to fix this stuff. Okay, and then text, print text, print text. I'm going to get rid of most of the print text black, so because I think it's quite nice to have the print text black. Yeah, and then strapline is fine anyway, and then we've got, I'm going to just have a look for text black, and then just delete it everywhere. So print text black, print text black, print text black. That's not quite worked. Where is the text black? Card header. Yeah. Let's see. Getting there. We've got some borders as well. There's another print text black there. Where else is the black? I've got border blacks, placeholder blacks. The placeholders we don't care about because they won't show. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I don't think I need that. I'm happy to print them. This is really not for printing anyway. This is for, this probably doesn't need anything in there. So I can just do that. This is not really for printing. This is getting better. This is for printing to PDF. Is what I'm really interested in doing. So I've got print background white there, pink background white here. So I want to get rid of that, get rid of that. No shadows. Border black. Yeah, almost there. And then I've got BG black here. Don't want that. What else have I got in print? Text white. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Print. I'm looking for the border. So there's the card. I've got the card header. We've got the class name there. Why is the background? I wonder if the background is just being removed annoyingly. I don't want that. So I'm going to do this with vibe coding now. Can you make sure that the titles which have pastel colored backgrounds, the titles stay for the printing? Okay, let's see what happens. Because I want to keep the background. Oh yeah, pastel print background. Nice. That's probably done it. No, it has not. Maybe if I refresh. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it if that works. That's the wrong print. Oh, there we go. That's what we need. And then we've just got the, so I need to actually ask for it. That's fine. And then the other thing is I want to add in a bit more padding between the cards and remove the border on the highlight. Add a bit more padding between the cards in print mode, and I want to remove the border on the title highlight card only. Let's see. Should be able to do that for me. Cool. 35 minutes to go. Let's see, that is looking, oh no, let's just remove the border. No, that's the wrong border. I don't want it to do that. I want it to actually, I don't want that. But what I do want, there's a border somewhere, border bottom, that's the one. I definitely want to get rid of that. Yeah, that's good enough. So the idea is that if you like your cheat sheet, you can print it. Ooh, I've got created with AI cheat sheet generator twice. That is fascinating. Okay, so that is, I don't really want that in the print style sheet. I'm going to remove it. I might need to force refresh that to get rid of it. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so the idea is that you pay for these, and then, oh yeah, we've got, also add the same print border to the X. So you pay to print them out, you pay to get them as a PDF. That's the thinking, otherwise you don't get the style sheet. So the idea is that it will look really messy unless you actually pay for it, which I'm sort of aiming for. That looks fine, cool. So I also want the same styling if there are only 2 or 1 cards on the bottom in print mode, please. Yeah, that's fine, but I want to make sure that this stuff make this stuff work for print mode too. Why is it looking again? I think I might need to restart the. No. Yeah. I think it's just getting confused. What I wanted to do is I wanted to, the stuff where it's got 3, 2, and 1, I basically want to say add print classes for these as well. That should be enough. Let's refresh, print. There we go, that's what I want. Sometimes you just need to give a very specific request. And once you've figured out what you want, then it makes sense. Like there are 2 or 3 types of work as developers. One is the actual typing of the code, which AI completely replaces. And the other is figuring out what you want, which is the hard bit. So if I'm pretty happy, it's not amazing, but it's not terrible. Okay, so what I'm going to try and do is check that in. Now we've got a print style sheet. Oh, the other thing I want to do is add a big print only box across the whole of the. No, I'll do this in a minute. Check in first. So let's just go to check-in. Okay, let's quickly check those changes. So I added typography. That's fine. Added the tailwind to get it in. The print style, yeah, I've got that. Added the print style sheet to the layout of the app. Yeah, that was all. This is the main change. I've done all of this. So this is the stuff around the markdown that I couldn't figure out, but that's okay. That's all fine. Using the param correctly. How to update the cheat sheet. Print all of the print changes, class changes, UI changes. That's all fine. Always worth just checking your commits before, especially with this kind of vibe coding. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to shove that up. Now you can print out your cheat sheets, or you will be able to in 2 or 3 minutes. So if you want to try it, you can go to aicheatsheetgenerator.com and try it out if you'd like to. There's nothing to stop you. Let me just add the link into the chat so that you can see. There we go. So if you want to go to that link, you're welcome to try it and see what you think. And if you've got any feedback or any ways that you think it can be improved, then let me know. Okay, so we've got that. That's a great start. The next step, we've got half an hour to do this, so I have no idea, probably more like 20 minutes. I have no idea if this is going to be enough time. but I would like to try and add some kind of payment. So we want to add in first the columns to the thing. So what I'm going to do is, this is the easy stuff. I'm going to go to cheat sheets and I'm going to say, is it paid? Which is literally going to be some kind of Stripe transaction ID or something like that. So I think what Stripe gives you, let me just check, is they'll give you a transaction ID. I want to save the transaction ID so I can refer to it later. So let me just have a quick look at what you get. Bear with me. I have a cheat sheet here for how to add Stripe to this. There we go. So we can do Stripe subscriptions with Next.js using the app router, and they redirect to the checkout page, and then they check out, and then they handle successful payments in a new file. And then basically, I'm going to get some kind of order transaction. That's what I want to check. That's what I want to check, what I've got. Let's see. Just trying to figure out. In fact, I can just ask the LLM. Start a new session. I want to implement Stripe checkout. Now I want to just use a redirect so that when I have a payment button that sits on the top of the cheat sheet page, it redirects to a Stripe checkout and charges $2, which I'm going to set up in Stripe. Then Stripe should redirect back to the cheat sheet page with a success token. Could you please tell me what type of token I'll get back from Stripe so that I can save it in the database? The reason I want to save the token in the database is because, having done lots of systems like this before, I need some kind of audit trail. So it's going to be a session ID. Yeah, the session ID is the thing I need. Fine, so I'll just save that in my cheat sheet table. Edit table. I'm going to add in a column which is session ID, and I'll call it Stripe session ID. And this is just going to be a string. Text. Nice, it can be null because it's null, they haven't paid. And then I'm going to hit save. Cool. And then the other thing I'm going to do is, once that's updated, which is just doing now, I need to download the types, Superbase types, which is here, and then I can download them from here. Generate download types, and then I can just move that. So if I go back to my terminal and then move downloads, or move copy downloads, Superbase, and then it's the second one to source database. There we go. Cool, so now I've got that extra Stripe session ID in my typing information so that I can use it. So now what I want to do is go back to my chat and say, great, can you work through building this step by step? So you'll need to add a payment button, which we'll need to direct to a Stripe checkout. I'm not convinced I'm going to get this finished. Oh, that's interesting. It hasn't figured out what I'm using. It hasn't even worked that out yet, so it doesn't have the context. I feel like Cursor is definitely, it's not regressing, but it's definitely changing, and it definitely knew more before about my code than it does now, so that's kind of interesting. So let's see. I want to give it this page. Button here, download or print to PDF for $2 is what I'm going to say. I don't know why I picked $2. It's like half the price of a coffee. Felt like a reasonable thing to do. I'm not sure if anyone's actually going to buy them, but the point is I kind of want to cover costs, but also, You never know. So that's fine. I want to use a server components wherever possible in order to do this. I think we have a server action here anyway. There we go. Yeah, and I also want to say, I also don't have Stripe set up in this project yet. Yeah, so we're going to add the Node SDK, we're going to add the secret key, which I will do off screen, and then we are going to add success URL. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll check it. So first things we need to do is we'll need to do npm, always get it wrong. Okay, interesting that it won't. It's definitely not doing it as much as it was doing before. npm add stripe, let's do that. And then I need to pop over, that's fine, and then I need to pop over to my other machine over here, or my other thing here, and add my Stripe secret key. So let's just grab this. Let's see. Okay, manage API keys. So I've got the publishable key and the secret key. That's fine. So I've got the secret key here. So then I can just copy that. API keys, secret key, reveal it. I'm just signing in to get my secret key. Copied, that's fine. And then I'll just go over to here. And then I'm just going to pop that into my dev files. There we go, that's done. And I also have the next public Stripe public key, which I'm just going to copy in now because I might as well get it done. Cool, that's done. Okay, so both of those things are in there now. So I can say that's done. Okay, so now what it's going to do is it's going to add the cheat sheet ID, create a Stripe checkout session, so the success URL. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. It's going to add Stripe. It's going to add the key. Yeah, that's fine. Have a look at this whole file. Yeah, new Stripe with the Stripe secret key. That's fine. It's interesting. What's that error about? Yeah, that feels wrong. Yeah, interesting that the types of the Stripe API version is actually stopping it from adding the wrong one from an ancient setup. Okay, so let's have a look. So we've got the Stripe secret key. Okay, so we've got our create Stripe checkout session, needs Stripe to be configured, creates a session, has USD, it has the button as print to PDF cheat sheet. That's fine. And then payment. Okay, so the payment is the public base URL, which I need to set. So I will do that in my dev files. The other thing I've realized is that you won't actually be able to use this yet until, with the latest version, until I set some of the various secret keys in the cheat sheet interface. So I'll do that just before we finish, so that you can use whatever I've done so far. So I'm just going to edit again the dev files, and I'm going to add the next public base URL. Actually, I'll add that in the, I'll add that here, and then, which is just going to be HTTP localhost 3000, which is fine. And then I will make sure I add that in a minute. So, okay, so that's fine. So that's the success URL, that's the cancel URL. And then it says failed to create Stripe session. So that should work. And I'm wondering whether I should just set up sandbox keys for development, which is probably the right thing to do. That all looks fine. I think it's the right thing. So I've added my production keys to the development for Stripe, but whereas actually what I should do is use the sandbox, which I'm going to do quickly. And then what I'm going to do quickly now, while I've got those keys, is I'm going to add them to Cloudflare. So I can't show you this bit because otherwise, you won't be, you'll be able to actually steal my keys. But basically the way it works is that this is the Cloudflare configuration page. And what I can do is I can add, in variables and secrets, I need to add the public keys, which are as follows. And you can see these ones. So this is this one, next public superbase URL, that one, and then this is in the build. So when it compiles the application, it's got access to these keys. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't actually need to be. That's fine. These are discoverable, so that's all fine. And then the next one, I can't think of that one. Next one is the superbase anon key, which is the one that allows me to access Superbase. There we go. That's fine. And then the others, I think the Stripe public key I can add here. I will do this one offline just because I don't like the idea of putting this live, even if it's a public one. That's fine. Cool. And then I think that's all of them. And then next, actually not quite, next public base URL, which is going to be AI cheat generator.com. Brilliant. And then that's fine. So I'm going to encrypt that one and get that one here. Amazing. So now we have all of those different keys that are all set up for the build. The next thing, which should have been building actually, we should have a bunch of different deployments, although the last one did fail. Let's have a look, see what happened. Oh, we didn't define a package manager field. Yeah, I can do that super quickly. Package.json, package manager. No, it's not that. It's PNPM. Which version is it? I think it's this. Cool. I'm just going to add that one file. And actually the log. That's okay. It's got Stripe in it, but that's right. Version package manager. And packages. I don't know if I want to put that in. Let's just double check whether I need to. Sorry, just a bit of boilerplate deployment stuff going on. That should work. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and then let's Stripe. That's fine too. I'll pop that up. Nice. Right, so then we'll see if that works on the deployment, but then if the other thing I need to do is go into settings, and then when I actually run these things, we should have variables and secrets here. So we have new secrets. These are secrets. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add basically all of the secrets that I need to add here, and I can paste my end file in. So I'm just going to do this offline. You can't see this yet, but I won't be able to see this, but that's okay. So it's my Kaijo API key, my Stripe secret key, are the ones that I need to type in here. I think are the only ones that I need, which is quite nice. So there we go. Let's pick those up. They need to be secrets. And then I want to hit deploy. Right, so what that's done is it's added those secret keys to the worker backend. So those are set up now as environment variables. So that means that Supabase should start working with the public ones, but also Kaijo will start working and the Stripe integration will start working. Kind of running out of time to be able to finish payment, which is a bit of a shame. I was really hoping to be able to do that, but maybe not. Maybe that's not going to happen. That's okay. To be honest, though, we've done really well. We'll go through a little demo before we run out of time, but we should be able to kind of get to a point where we can really use this thing. So let's just double check whether that worked. Just checking my secrets. Yes, those all look fine. My last build is currently running. The last build failed. And that's because I'm missing packages. So I just need to double check something off screen just to see whether I'm missing something specific for this project. Let's see. Not quite sure what that error is, so I'm just going to have a look. I'm just trying to see. I think it might be because I've got too many of these files, so let's have a quick look. Ah, yes, I think it's this one. Apparently, according to some other AI thing, I just need to remove that particular file, which I wasn't. It was generated for me, but we're not in the mono repo, so we don't need it. Let's see if that helps. Okay, hopefully we'll get this thing deployed because it'd be nice to have it online and working for everybody to try. So yeah, I think we're in a good spot with this. We can just run this again. I think we basically have a working app. So let's see. We didn't get payment in, but I think everything else is working. So if I just start by going to localhost. Okay, so now we have our cheat sheet generator. We can paste in some text. I'm going to paste in something from Stripe. Let's paste in a whole thing from Stripe and see what happens. I need to sign in again. That's fine. It's been a while since I've done this. I should have an email. Okay. Nice. And then I should be able to, not that, I should be able to copy and paste everything about Stripe checkout. Generate a cheat sheet for me to learn Stripe checkout. Okay, so let's paste that in and see what happens. Okay, so master Stripe integration with Next.js. So it says that I should integrate Stripe payments into a Next.js application, set up a Stripe account, integrate Stripe for simple products, handle Stripe events for webhooks, and adapt Stripe for Next.js. So not terrible, not appalling. I'm guessing these are probably, we need to go through the Kaijo action to kind of validate it and make it produce better AI, but it has done the right sorts of things that I wanted it to do. I'm going to take an article, maybe a BBC News article from today. I think let's go for something fairly uncontroversial. So I'm going to go to generate new cheat sheet, and this is all about Princess Charlotte's 10th birthday. So I'm going to generate a cheat sheet about that. And let's see what I get. So this is the BBC. This is interesting. So what it's done is it's generated a cheat sheet for everything happening now. So it's got Princess Charlotte's 10th birthday is the main thing. And then it's got local elections, war, Princess Harry's legal challenge, and then the royal family joining the children, which is really fun. I think that's quite a nice little briefing document for that particular article that I just pasted in. I'll show you the article. It was literally I just copied and pasted this entire screen, and that's what it's come up with from the various other articles that are here. So that's really cool. I think that's a nice touch, and you can print it out. So now, if I wanted to print this, it's a one-pager because it's got the print to PDF, which I actually need to remove. So let me ask AI to do that. A new session. So this has now got the session URL, checkout session, and then redirect the user to Stripe. So that's all done. I'm imagining, I just need to have a look at this, that it should be creating a checkout session. That should work, but I need to set up my keys, which I will potentially do in a minute. So firstly, I want to get this working. So if I'm going to go here, and then I want to hide that print to PDF, so I'll ask it to do that. So on this page, hide the print to PDF button for print style sheet. I think I know how to do that, but I'm just gonna allow it to do it itself. There we go, let's do it. Yeah, and then also, oh yes, and then I want to hide all of the editable buttons in print. They'll only appear if you mouse over. That's not quite right. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see. So if I mouse over that, it should have vanished. Yes, it should. That's great. The other thing that's happened is the highlighted text is the wrong color when in the input box. It's not very clear, but it might be enough of it for it to figure out what's going on. Amazing, actually, can do a pretty good job of figuring out what's going on. Okay, so did that work? Yes, it did. Brilliant. Let's have a check of the change. Yep. That's fine. That's fine. That change actually is not the one I want. It's this one that I want. That's fine. Cool. And that's the button. So the button should have gone. Has. Brilliant. Nice. So I think if we can get this live, I think we're in a really good spot. So if I just quickly save that, make sure we've got no problems. No, we haven't. Let's see what this contains. It's got a button. I don't know what the button's going to do. I think I just need to hide that button completely because I can't push this live with a button that doesn't work. So I'm just going to say, oh, I need to edit it. No, not that one. Where's the buy? $2. This one. This is just going to need to be, oops. I'm just going to hide it because I don't want people to click it and for it not to work. That's fine. I need a back. So let's add that. Add a back to this page. And then make sure that's hidden on print. Okay, for that. Nice. Cool. That's fine, accept. Go. Generate message, make sure it makes sense. Go. Nice. All right, so we're not in a bad spot now. We've got a cheat sheet generator that is okay. It's not, doesn't look amazing, but you know, it's a starting point. It's only been a few hours. I'm going to try and get it live. So that's now going up. So let's have a look at Cloudflare and see whether or not it is building. So it looks like the most recent one is running and is installing. So it's doing better. So let's have a look. Okay, how's everyone doing today? We're almost at the end. It feels like it's been a long, old time of it, certainly for me, but hopefully you've enjoyed it. Just seeing whether or not this build is going to work. It looks hopeful. Definitely looks hopeful. How's the streaming gone generally? Has it been choppy? Has it been difficult to follow? Has it generally been okay? Would be great to know. Okay, so this looks like it failed. So let's have a look at why. So we've got some linting errors, which should be able to fix those. Yeah. Okay. So let's see if we can fix those quickly, just to get it working. So what do we have in terms of scripts that it auto-generated? So we have a pnpm lint, or pnpm run lint. Okay, so we've got, that's done actually. So let's just go through these. So in this one here, metadata is defined but never used. So we can get rid of that. Root is assigned a value but never used. Get rid of that. Unexpected any. These are going to be a bit harder to fix. So I'm going to give this to the AI and see if it can fix them. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear the output so it only has the context it needs. And then I can see whether or not I can just fix these errors. Let's see where we get to. Be really nice to get it deployed, wouldn't it? Let's see. Okay, let's see if that's worked. Okay, and then it looks like there's just a few buttons that we don't use. This one here. There's a few more. Use router. It's defined but never used. So let's grab that one. That one's going. This one. Unexpected any. This one. Unexpected any. Okay, so let's just grab those. And let it loop around. Let's see what it's up to. Yeah, that's fine. Just a quick look at the changes. Yeah, that's fine. It's just guarding some types. That's fine. That's fine. See how it's doing. Still going. Not. Right. So we've still got a few. So this one, is it still working? That's the main thing. No. So it doesn't look like it is quite working. This is a use guide. This now needs to be a city-based browser. There we go. Just quickly log in. Check my email for a link. I'm not sure we're going to get it done in the time, which is a real shame. We're very close. Let's try again. Hasn't quite worked. So let's see if we get cheat sheets. Okay, let's try logging in again. Yeah, doesn't quite work. I think we just need to go through these changes and manage them a little bit more. So AI-cheatgenerator.com. Yeah, hasn't deployed. Okay, let's see if we can get this working. So we need to log in here. Let's have a look. Got a 49. Let's just restart the server. I've just got a magic link, so copy that one. Share. Okay, that should work. Okay, I didn't quite manage to get there, did it? Kaijo pages an async client component. Only server components can be async. Aha. So this is this one here. Doesn't need to be async. And then we should just be able to go to this. And then cheat sheet. Yeah, it's not quite working. I think that's because we just turned it into a client page. So I'm just trying to figure out how we broke it. I think it was this. Yeah, in order to allow use state, and the reason we wanted that is because we wanted to set the cheat sheet state, which I don't actually want to do. So I'm going to just revert that. But that leaves us with linting errors, which means we can't deploy it, which is a bit of a shame. But I feel like we've really got something that was working pretty well. And that's within about 4 hours. So listen, I think I'm going to call it there. We have an app where we can log in. We can list cheat sheets. Make sure this still works. Yeah, we have an app. We can log in. We can list cheat sheets. We can look at cheat sheets, and we can print cheat sheets. So that shows you a little bit of how Kaijo works. It shows you a little bit of how Cursor works. I hope you've had a good time. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a bit of a journey, a bit of a roller coaster. It's been quite a lot of work. I'm really happy I've done it. And I'd love any feedback or comments after the fact. If people try it out, let me know what you think of it. And yeah, hopefully it gives you a chance to see what's possible with some of these tools in a really short amount of time. So just very quickly at the end, if you want to try this app out, we will get it working at cheatgenerators.com as soon as we fix the linting errors. There's very little to do, just needs to have those linting errors fixed. I should have probably done that rather than try and launch into payment, make sure that it was deploying, but never mind. And then you can also join the waitlist for the tool that I'm using to power this, which is really powerful. It's not quite fully available yet, but you'll be able to join the waitlist at kaijo.ai. And if you're interested in following about more of these live streams, learning when these things go live, learning about my different behind-the-scenes notes from my AI journey as I learn more about how to build apps really fast using AI, then please do sign up at my newsletter. Thanks ever so much for coming. I really appreciate it.